Sorry I'm late, guys. I'm here. I'm here now. There. Hi. Good morning. How are you guys doing today? I'm just getting stuff set up. I had some reference up and I closed it yesterday. Let's find it again. Okay. So, Witch's Eve was supposed to come down yesterday morning, and I got a new build out. We fixed a bunch of bugs and stuff, and I need to test it. I haven't got around to testing it yet. Yesterday was kind of a hectic day. We had a lot of stuff going on. Jana had like PTA stuff going on and work stuff going on, and so I was kind of just running back and forth doing a bunch of stuff, so I didn't get around to testing. And texture maps are like the creepiest things ever. Caught a stream. What's up, golfer? Welcome in. So yeah, the time I did have yesterday, or while I was like waiting for things to package and upload, I spent time working on some new character models. I had a couple epiphanies recently. One was I kind of tore this character apart, not this one specifically, but like the human one, and just decided that they weren't like going to be viable for what we're doing. They're good placeholders for now, just to get a vibe for the world, but I want to do something more, I don't know, I just want to do our own thing, I guess. And I don't want to be stuck with like the more cliche fantasy races like elves and orcs and undead. So yeah, we started making our own races. Still not entirely sure exactly what races we're gonna have, but there's definitely gonna be something that's humanoid. So we have a humanoid character now. And then I made a female version because we didn't have a female at all in the other one. And then I went and made a dwarf version, which I'm not so sure I'm 100% sold on. I mean, I don't know. I actually wonder if like the limbs could be even like shorter. I think this feels very I feel like there's a game with like dwarves in it. Like, is it New World? Are there dwarves in New World? No, I don't think so. Is it? Maybe it's like Warhammer? No. There's a game with like dwarves that look similar to this, and it gives me like that vibe. I don't know what it is though. I don't know what it is. I'm starting to think the limbs are a little too long still, at least the legs. Anyway, I don't know. It's pretty close. It's not terrible. I think we could go with it. I'll have to make a female version probably. Don't necessarily have to have a female version. Looks like I need to fix his elbows a little bit maybe. That'd probably be fine. Valkyrie race or Riot. Yeah, so I'm just thinking they'll just be like humans. Maybe we'll make them a little like thinner and taller or something maybe. I don't know. And then we'll just put wings on them. I like it though. I think it's cool. I think having like a glide or like a double jump as a racial asset would be really cool too. So, but yeah, I don't know. We have a lot of work to do on these. I'm not sure if I want to work on this today or something else. I haven't decided yet, but we need to, I mean, first of all, the frog's missing his entire head. But I love the idea of a frog race. I don't know what it is, but since I started this project, I just kept envisioning like running around as like this toadkin like sort of character with a big like greatsword on his back. I don't know why. So I really want to make that happen. Though I am very tempted to do the digitigrade legs, however you pronounce that. But it's probably not worth the effort with like skeletal mesh and stuff. So what we might end up doing actually is just a lot of the animations we'll tweak to make him like kind of up on his toes a little more, just so it feels a little more digitigrade. I also think we could like, if we just like cut this out right here, it would feel very digitigrade. And then even if we didn't like actually use, yeah, like if we did, even if we didn't actually like change anything on the mesh or the bone structure, I mean, sorry. Like if this was in like this sort of, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe we leave it for now. We'll leave it and see what it feels like. And if it doesn't feel good, then we'll change it. But yeah, these guys will probably have their like boot UVs will just like cut off down here, and their toes will be exposed at all times, because I just feel like that makes the most sense. We have to figure out how we're gonna do that exactly. Because I want to use the same textures for all these. I don't want to have to like re-up like change all the textures for every single race for every piece of armor. Like, this is already gonna be a ton of work to make a bunch of armors for these guys. But I'm not too upset about it. Mostly because like the other epiphany I had the other day was that like I've been dreaming of making an MMO for like my whole life, pretty much my entire adult life for sure. And I realized like this, like I hated a lot on like people's dream games recently, not recently, but like in the past, because it's always like, I'm making my dream game where you play a chicken with a rocket launcher, or, you know, something stupid like that. And it's just like, this is the, if you had infinite money, this is the game you would make. And it's like, I don't know, that's a weird dream game to me. And I realized like this is the dream game for me. Like I want to make sure this is the game that like like this is the end all be all game for me. Like I can see myself making other games. Even if like 10 years from now this is like launched and out there and I'm just bored and want to work on something else, I can see myself making smaller games or different games, whatever. And maybe I'll have a new dream game by then, who knows. But like this is the one that I actually really like would make if we had infinite money. And I want to like treat it like that, right? Even if like obviously there's a lot of like, you know, caveats. Like we probably can't do all the things I'd like to do. Obviously we don't have the team size that I would have if it was actually like infinite money, but I'm okay with cutting corners now, especially with things like that we could obviously like redo later, like art and stuff. Anyway, this is the base mesh that I made a while back for this purpose, and it was just a little too realistic looking, so this is where we ended up. Just a little more like bulky and like cartoonish, a little more like World of Warcraft-esque without going like over the top. WoW's models are like really over the top, like they're like super buff and like blocky. So anyway, I'm pretty happy with these so far. I'm kind of tempted to, oh, and for reference, this is the, oh, that's just the rig. Why is that only the rig? Might be because actually, I don't know. Yep, I don't know why. Let's try. Maybe this. What did I just do? There we go. Okay. Let's try again. There we go. Let's solo this out. Stop. I don't know what I'm trying to do. This button. Anyway, this is the humanoid model. The human model that came with the RTS pack, and as you can tell, it's just a little too low poly. Like it's a little too much. Like it's probably 50% of like what WoW's like lowest like poly character is, or maybe less, maybe like 30%. And I just think we need to go a little more than that. Like I want a little more detail. What's up, Board Game Wizard? But yeah, we have a list of races that we were looking for, that we like kind of like race ideas we wanted to do. I haven't checked the trail in a few days, so maybe someone's added more things to it. One of the ideas was a fallen angel race. I really want to focus like a lot on like the god aspect of this game. I don't know why. I like the idea of like when you want to like have a big thing happen, you can just chalk it up to like gods choosing to do that thing, and like you don't really have to explain anything because like they have godlike powers, right? Not that I want to use it as like a crutch or anything, it's just like there's also something like kind of mystical and like interesting about it, where you're like, I don't know, like the idea that you can just be like struck down by a god at any moment for any reason, like is kind of cool. And then like the fact that like if all your magic in the game if all of our magic in the game like comes from the gods or like the heavens or something, then you have to like when I say heavens, I mean like the stars or whatever. Like you have to like ask for the magic or like perform rituals, whatever, to get it. Like I like the idea of that a lot too. But anyway, like, so I think this was Golfer's idea to have a fallen angel race, and so I was thinking I don't really want to do angels specifically because I think that implies like, I don't want to say necessarily like a Christian god, but it does kind of imply like a heaven, right? Especially since like I think angels just kind of imply a very Christian like themed god thing or whatever, and I don't want to go that route with it. Lower what? This is lower resolution than a World of Warcraft character is what I was trying to say. So yeah, so I was thinking maybe we like kind of spin the fallen angel idea to like call it like I don't know, like maybe they're like demigods or something that have been like, they were stripped of their immortality or something, and now they're like doomed to be, you know, walking the mortal realm or something. I don't know, something cool like that would be neat. MMO new game or just working on source magic? Nope, this is a new game. It looks similar to this right now. Yeah, this is an MMO. Right now, these are placeholder characters, and possibly placeholder environment art. Almost definitely placeholder prop art here. The UI is not placeholder, but it's not properly set up either. It's just hanging out there doing its thing. But yeah, it's an MMO. It's very heavily inspired by World of Warcraft Classic, not like new World of Warcraft in any way. Yep. And then a big focus for this is going to be social aspects over, like, I mean, combat's going to be a big part of it, obviously. There's going to be, like, that's like the primary, like, loop of the game is going to be, you know, go explore, fight monsters, whatever. But we want to really push a lot of social, so we want a lot of reasons to group up. We almost want it to feel like every time you, like, go out to, like, fight or whatever, you're probably going to want to be in a group. I don't know if that means, like, the content is just really difficult and not, like, super soloable, or what we want to do with that, but we have a lot of plans for, like, smaller social things too. I think Moz really wants player housing of some sort. I'm not 100% sold on that. I think that can definitely wait till later too. But did you say for your MMO you wanted lower than that? Any lower, there will be nothing left? No, I did not. I wanted to go higher resolution, and we already did. So this is about the same resolution as the orcs you're just looking at in game. This is the same pack. Well, one of the same packs that we just threw in to have some placeholders in. I wanted more resolution than this, so we did that in these characters. So there's a lot more detail in here. So I plan on a similar texturing style as these, like something like, I don't know, maybe not. I mean, we're gonna go like very Blizzard heavy on the texture style. But yeah, I'm thinking about you, like, maybe UVing these a little bit today, considering anyway. They're still gonna be pretty blocky, like low poly. That's kind of the point. I think we're all trying to, like, aim toward, like, more of a fantasy, or I mean more of a, like, a classic, like, retro kind of MMO feel. I don't think anyone wants to make, like, AAA graphics. I think that's, like, kind of the point too, is one, we can make the art much faster if we don't go like AAA, and two, I think we want to kind of like detract from the art a little bit and like focus more on the gameplay. Like, I don't think we want, what I'm trying to say, I don't want to like focus so much on the art that people are like, oh my god, look how beautiful this game is. Like, I want it to look beautiful, and I want it to like be cohesive and like be an exciting place to explore, like the world. But I'm not interested in people being like caught up in like how good the art looks. I want them more like interested in like, I wonder how this game plays, right? Makes sense? Am I getting sick? No, maybe. I don't know. Quinn has a runny nose this morning. I just got over a cold a few weeks ago, so I hope not. I think it's just I just woke up like an hour ago, and I guess my voice hasn't like fully set in yet. I don't know. My voice is sound a little raspy today. I don't know why. Could also be allergies. We've been letting the dog sleep upstairs the last few days, and I think her like shedding right now is like bothering me. I don't know. Like Tyrael and Diablo, Angel walking Earth in mortal form. Yeah, something like that would be kind of cool. I just don't want to use the term Angel. We're considering maybe Valkyrie. I'm liking the idea of like God touched or something, like something cool like that kind of like throws like is more lore driven, and less like Viking. So we'll see. Let me get caught up. I'm missing some chat. What are you doing for animations marketplace? Yeah, we'll probably use a lot of animations from the marketplace. Anything we need that's like custom, I'll probably do. We'll see what we can do about like walking animations and running and stuff like that. And that kind of stuff is like we want that specific for each race, to feel a little different than the others. So that might have to be something where I have to like go make myself. Better rewards for more people so solo players can still manage. Yeah, like I don't want to. There's no way we're gonna like prevent solo players from playing, and there's no way we're gonna like go out of our way to make it like not fun to play solo, right? Like maybe, I don't know. But yeah, the idea is that the game is an MMO. Like it's multiplayer for a reason, so like really like you should be grouping up and playing together. Do you absolutely have to? Probably not, but should you? Yeah, probably. Hey, you should take damage over time when you are too far away. Loneliness damage. Find a pal. That was fun. Yeah. Imagine when the MMO like launches and there's like 20 people playing, and you have to stick to those 20 next to those 20 people at all times. You have to go out in the buddy system. That would actually be kind of a cool like horror theme maybe, but I don't want to go that route. I think we have to understand that like the game's not going to blow up and make we're not going to have 20,000 players, so we do have to like be mindful of the fact like, and that's kind of what's tricky about this too, is like we're designing a game that we really want to be multiplayer heavy. Like we really want players playing together and doing lots of like social things, because I think that'll keep players playing, which is like will stand out compared to most modern MMOs anyway. But at the same time, we also understand that it's an indie MMO, and we're not going to have nearly the funding of like World of Warcraft or other games like this, and so trying to stick to that sort of like social first is a little scary, right? It's the reason like people like whenever I see people trying to make like a competitive shooter or like battle royale game or something like indies, I'm always like the first to criticize that and be like, don't do it, like this is a bad idea, because you have to have a player base for those games to work, right? And luckily like an MMO, like you can technically play an MMO solo, but if we're building that many social features, it means you only get to play half the game solo, right? The rest of the game is like all party driven or group driven. So it is a little scary thinking of it like that, but I think the only way we're going to stand out is if we do it like that, right? I think we have to have social driven like gameplay mechanics to stand out from other games and like give people a reason to try this one, right? So it's kind of like, I don't know, I think it's definitely very much a catch-22 sort of, or like a damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of thing. So I think we're gonna go for it, and like at the very least like we dial that back or whatever if the game doesn't support enough players or doesn't have enough players or something. So oh, sorry, I talked right through an ad break. Great, good job, me. I'll make your art if you don't want it to look good. That's not what I was saying. I'm not saying I don't want the art to look good. I just don't want to spend months making the art look AAA, because that's not the focus. I guess that's all I'm trying to say. I don't want to focus on making the game look like more beautiful than other AAA games, because one, we're not going to be able to do it, right? Like New World is like absolutely like stunning looking, like the art in that game is gorgeous, right? And it's because they have a team like 100 people on their art team probably making it look like that. But like old school like classic World of Warcraft was built by 40 people, in I think like 5 years or a handful of years. which is a little scary to think about because we're 3 people trying to make this in hopefully less than 5 years. Hopefully, like a couple of years, we'll have like a good enough game we can actually play it and launch something. So yeah, we do have a lot of like work to do, that's for sure. But by trying to like dumb our art style down to like classic WoW, or even like maybe lesser, like in not necessarily quality, but like details, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, complexity, I guess. Hopefully we have something. Fireworks everywhere, help me. Is it a holiday? Or are there fireworks everywhere? Because I need to make hype. Yeah. Medium multiplayer online role-playing game. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much exactly what it is. Dragging in. Yeah, I mean, like, if you don't call it MMO, like, you know, people, like, if you're just like, oh, this is just an online RPG, people are, you don't get the hype. Like, and we have to have that, right? And we're designing a game that would hopefully, ideally, we're designing a game that could house, 10,000 players, whatever. So, like, yeah, realistically, in an ideal world, we would want 10,000 players. So we're going to build a game that would accommodate that. But understanding that we're an indie studio and we don't have the funding to do that sort of thing is very important, I think. So that's where we're going. Moz, M-O-Z, not Moss. It's Moz, me, and Golfer, who I think is in chat today. Golfer is mostly, I think right now anyway, handling a lot of the back-end networking stuff. I think that's kind of his wheelhouse. But I'm sure he'll be working on gameplay things as well eventually. And Moz is working on all like back-end gameplay stuff. He's building a lot of like plugin oriented C++ sort of things right now. And I'm mostly handling visual stuff right now and some UI and things like that. And then eventually I'll be building content and doing more stuff like that. So yeah, the last few days I've been working on trying to figure out, I mean, not really working on, but like kind of thinking through how we want to like structure the world. You got this, Moz is a wizard. Yes, Moz is a wizard. And I do think that him and I like work together really well. And we both have very, very similar like tastes and like things that we want out of games, for the most part. And we both have like very similar, like a very similar history with like what games we play, which is good. So with all those things in mind, I think it's easy for us to work together. But yeah, honestly, even if we just have like a tiny MMO with like 20 or 30 active players, like that's honestly better than I could hope for. So that's fine with me too. Again, this is definitely not one of those games where we're expecting to make millions. That would be nice, but I don't have any plans to do that anytime soon. It's a passion project first and foremost, 100%, and I just want to make something awesome. So that's what we're doing. Anyway, but yeah, the last few days I've been working out like how this world's going to be structured. Like, what are we going to have? Like one continent, multiple continents? Is it going to be like we're going to be working on like inland? Like, will we have like a blocked off like mountainous area and there's like one spot, and then we can like expand and like add new zones to it later? Like, we need to figure out how we want to handle this. What I don't want to do is what we did with Swords and Magic. Like, I'm kind of afraid of like launching a whole area and saying like, these are all the zones we promise, and then not be able to deliver on those because we have to scrap so many of those now. So I'm trying really hard not to do that. But at the same time, I feel like having future plans and showing people what we do hope to put in is kind of important. So I think I don't know. It's a balancing act for sure. I don't want to like promise the world and not be able to deliver, but I also don't want to like underhype it either. I don't want to be like, this is the only zone. We don't know if there's more zones coming. And then people are like, okay, well, I'm not going to play a MMO that, you can level to like level 15. And that's pretty boring. I guess, depending on the context. But anyway, another thing I've been thinking about is how we want to structure like player like alliances. because so I think World of Warcraft does a really good job of doing like the Horde versus Alliance thing, which has been around forever, and I think that's why people are so drawn to it, because they play Warcraft, and yeah. So it's pretty easy, I think, from that aspect for them to do that, go that route. And they also have the player base to be able to split their players in two, you know, and like have essentially two whole groups of players playing separately and then colliding eventually. And I really do love that idea, and it works so well too, because let's say, to keep things simple, you have 200 players playing, right? And you have 100 players playing Horde and 100 playing Alliance, right? And they're playing essentially separate, and the 100 players still feels like super full, like it feels like there's a whole world of players that they're playing, right? And because you're running into each other a lot, whatever. And then you eventually, like, the one thing that happens in MMOs is like some people will like peter off, or they'll like hit level 20 and then decide, I want to try a different class, I don't want to like go all the way to 60 in this class, whatever, so like start over. So there's a lot of players like in the early levels, the first like 20 levels or so of the game, there's like a ton of players, right? And as you get higher and higher level, there's less and less players, especially like in hardcore servers in WoW, like, which I've been playing on recently, because you die and then you start over. There's a ton of players in the starting zone and not many players at all in like late game, because only a handful make it through. But I think with the Horde Alliance thing, it's really nice because you get to like the PvP zones, and then suddenly the 100 players or 50 players, whatever that are left, or 20 players that are left, you're now like kind of colliding. Even if it's not a PvP server and you're just like in the same area questing, now you're seeing all these new players from the other faction that are in the same area, and like it like bolsters those numbers again, which is really cool. So I'm kind of leaning towards something like around that nature, but I don't know if I want to force PvP, or if I want to force like players to not play together, because I think that's going to split our audience too much as an indie MMO. Like, I'm afraid that we're going to do, yes, we have a Horde versus Alliance situation where you have to pick one and you can't play with the other people, and then like we're just we're just segregating our audience into two, you know what I'm trying to say. We're splitting our audience in half, and we're not able to like to keep a big enough player base that like makes the game feel like full. I also don't know if I love the idea of building basically like twice the size world just to house two factions, you know, because like that might be a little overwhelming for an indie team. What's up, Animosity? Hey, Moss. What game engine will you guys use? We're using UE5. We already have a lot of the backend stuff set up. We're using an MMO framework called Redwood, and it's mostly all set up and running. We're using Steam authentication, so we will be playing the game through Steam, at least for the time being, though we might end up switching to our own system one day. We'll see. But yeah, we're using UE5. But yeah, so right now what I'm kind of leaning toward is two factions, except there's a fragile piece between them right now. Like, we're at a point in like history where they're not at war, but like they still don't like each other. So you can team up with the other faction to like group up and stuff, so we're not splitting our player base. But in PvP zones, you can flag for PvP and then fight each other, and that's kind of what I'm leaning toward. I think open world PvP is really awesome, and if we do only one faction and all players are on the same like team or whatever, then like how do you handle that like open world PvP aspect? You know, I don't think you can. Like, unless everyone just like free for all, and I don't like that either. I think there should be like teams. I think some of the best moments in World of Warcraft, maybe not necessarily for me because I'm not a big PvPer, but like for a lot of players, is like being in the open world and like having those like moments when someone attacks you from the other faction, and then like someone from your faction like shows up to help or whatever, and it's like this like turns into this big battle or whatever. Or there's situations where like another opposing faction is like invading other factions, like city or whatever, like that kind of stuff is really fun. So I think like making sure that kind of stuff is viable in this game is going to be kind of important. So anyway, I don't know what I want to work on today. We obviously have this frog's head to work on, but I was getting kind of frustrated because Maya does a stupid thing with like when you're doing mirroring, so we're gonna have to like make one side of the head at a time. For example, I'll show you what's going on. So I'm trying to grab edges here and extrude them, and when I extrude, oh my god, it works just fine. Never mind. I guess this is like a weird Maya quirk then, because sometimes you do this when you have your object mirroring going on, it like moves the whole object instead of actually extruding the mesh, which is really annoying. So anyway, yeah, all right, well, I guess we'll play with this a little bit. I'm a little worried about making the head like this though. I tried like 3 or 4 different like ways of like building this, and I thought maybe we'll just start with like the piece that I know has to be there, which is the eyes, and I'll just kind of like move out from there. So we're gonna try this, I guess, but no promises this is gonna work. This might turn into a nightmare real fast. This is not a great way to build this. I think we'll like maybe stop like right here and then move down. I don't know. We're probably gonna just like build a basic shape out of this, and then we're gonna do a lot of shaping to make it look better. Because this is looking awful right now, but we'll do a lot of shaping to get it looking how we want it. Sure, why not? It's fine. We're gonna go with this for now. This is why I'm actually probably gonna end up like sculpting this and then retopologizing it, because I just don't think this is gonna work out very well. I don't normally like doing poly modeling for characters. It just doesn't, I don't know, I feel like you need something more dynamic. But who knows? Maybe this will work out. Like, we have sort of a shape anyway. Let's bridge these. We're just gonna kind of build up it. Oh, here we go. We're just gonna build up a shape and then we'll go from there. I don't know how I missed this. Okay, obviously need more of a point in the front here. This looks terrible. Yeah, I think we're gonna end up sculpting this. This is why I gave up last night too, because I was like, this is just too much. Too much going on with this. I also, like, references are so difficult for this, because, like, there's just not that many, and they're not at the right angles. It's also going to be angled down more. All right, we'll keep going. It's not looking like the worst thing I've ever made, so we need more edges in here. Still not gone to Blender, I see? No, I just know Maya too well, and the switch to Blender is too much of a headache, I think. I don't know. I really don't want to be paying for Maya anymore either, but I guess since none of this is really matters that much, we can kind of get like what this is gonna look like or feel like. We're getting close, I guess. I don't want to like be more like this. Maybe more of an angle here. Frogs have like sort of like a droop, like they look like they're always kind of frowning. If that makes sense. We really need to fill the rest of this in though. And we need, let's see. Any advice for someone just now getting into game dev? Don't listen to others when they say it's too big. Start small. Yeah, I actually think starting small is a good idea, but it kind of depends on the context. Like, I think what Ben's trying to say is like, if you're only really interested in making like first-person shooters or something, then don't like make Pong, you know, just to start small. Like, try to make whatever you want to make, but like try to make like a tiny version of it or whatever, right? So, like my first real game project is Swords and Magic and stuff, which is now out on Steam in early access, and it's huge. But it started as like, I want to make an open world RPG, but I know that I can't make a whole open world RPG by myself and like, you know, in a reasonable amount of time. So I made like a town hub, and then I just made like a ring of like stuff to do outside of that town hub that you could like go explore in different directions. And that was like that was like how I started, right? So I just started kind of small. I'd also made a whole bunch of games before that too, though, in other engines and stuff. This was just my first project in like Unreal Engine. So I think like if your goal is like a first person shooter, then start with like I don't know. I the way I like to do things is like I like to kind of build things out as I understand them. So if you've never made a game before, then start by like, you know, getting a character running around, and then like make a door they can interact with, you know, and then make a gun he can pick up, you know, and then make a second gun you can pick up, and then make it like you can cycle between your guns, and then make it so you can shoot the gun, and then make it so you can like, you know, destroy something when you shoot the gun, or like break some glass or whatever, or make an enemy, and like, you know what I mean, like just build it in chunks like you're playing with like Legos or whatever, right? Rather than looking at the whole big picture and saying, okay, this is the whole game I want to make, and then what do I have to do to build this, right? I think if you go that route, if you're just like aiming at like trying to build the whole game, then you get really overwhelmed really fast, right? You have a whole mountain of content to make, a whole mountain of like mechanics to figure out, a whole like engine to learn with all these different things, and like you're trying to figure out like animation retargeting and like IK setups and all this stuff. Like there's just a million things you got to do. So if you're just starting out, I think just like pick one little thing that you kind of know how to do, and then do that, and then find the next step, like next little thing you can learn to do, and then like learn to do that, and then do it, you know. So I think just keep it small and simple, and start small but like grow big, right? Like I think that's the way to do it. I think if you just, it's sort of like I don't know, it's like playing a video game, right? Like if you start a video game and they just hand you all of the abilities and all the weapons and all the tools and all the like things, and you're just immediately thrown into like fighting a boss, like you're gonna be really overwhelmed, right? And it's like it's just too much to do. But if you start a new video game and they're just like, here's a stick, right, and then here's a target dummy, and you learn to hit that target dummy, then it's like way more manageable and bite sized, and you can like go from there, right, and grow. So I think that's the goal with game dev too, is like start from something that's really manageable and easy to work with, and then you can go from there. That's my advice. And don't do what I'm doing. This is a terrible idea. Yeah, anyway, the more I look at this, the more I'm thinking like this is a bad idea, and we should really just sculpt this and then retopologize it, because this is way too many polys and like it's looking bad, looking real bad. We can probably get rid of this edge for sure. Okay. So instead of taking my own advice and saying, let's just sculpt this, let's just, I guess, keep playing with it. I don't think we're going to get there like this, but I think we could probably get somewhere close. Maybe. I don't know. I think I'm going to throw the towel in. I think we're giving up on this. I think we have a simple block out, so at least we have an idea of like what this guy might look like. I guess that's a little too big. Something like that, maybe. His eyes a little too big, probably. No. Good enough for now. I'm 100% gonna go sculpt that my iPad later. I would do it here, but I don't have the tools to sculpt available right now. So yeah, I'll probably sculpt it on my iPad, and then I will retopologize it to match the poly count there, and that'll be a much better way to set it up. So another thing I was thinking about with frogs is like, they don't wear helmets, right? Like a lot of frogs in like I'm looking at Pinterest right now, and probably a lot of this is like AI, so don't get too excited. But like, none of them are wearing helmets. And that's probably because like their head is shaped really weird. And like, how are you supposed to put a helmet on a frog? So yeah, I'm starting to wonder if maybe frog races can't wear helmets. Or maybe, I don't know. It might be an aesthetic thing, like obviously if you're making like a frog, you probably don't want to cover their entire head up with a helmet, because it kind of ruins the whole vibe of like I'm making a frog warrior, you know? So I don't know. Maybe we'll have to see. It's like even like the biggest, burliest guys in here like are not wearing helmets. And also like, could you even put a helmet on a frog? You know, like this guy has a hat. This guy has a hat. But I don't know how you would do a helmet. Like something that just sits on a frog's head is fine. Like that makes sense. But a helmet, I don't know if it's gonna work. Okay, design patterns book for game dev will take you a long way when it comes to code. Yep, that's true. We work on UI later too. Yeah, we got some UI in already, and I'll probably work on more of that today. Maybe we'll switch over to that now. Or, you know, we could do is we could work on our human that we actually have done so far. I'm kind of tempted to UV him, but I also wouldn't be able to paint textures today because I don't have my tablet set up for that. I'm kind of tempted to UV him, maybe rake him up. I think we're gonna UV him in like quarters. So I think we'll do like the front of his chest down the middle. And then like split at his waist. And we'll cut around the side here. And then probably around his sleeve here, or his like shoulder here. And that way when we paint that side, it'll mirror to the other side. And then we'll do his back as a separate piece. That will be mirrored. And that way we don't have to do, I don't know. I think painting the whole chest is kind of a waste of texture space. I don't see any reason we wouldn't want to just have, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, anyway. So we could set up some UVs. I just don't want to paint them yet, so it's kind of unnecessary to set them up yet. But we could rig him and just see what it looks like. We could throw him in game and put some animations on him. Let's do it. Let's start. Let's just do that for fun. I also need to sculpt some hair. There's just a lot of things that are so much easier to sculpt than do low poly modeling. And since I already like started with a base, it was pretty easy to like kind of manipulate these guys with low poly. Sculpting probably still would have been easier, but all those character meshes. I'm kind of leaning toward human, maybe. I don't even know if I want humans. You guys, what do you guys think about having not having humans in an MMO? Does that sound like a bad idea? Like, what if we did? I don't even think we're gonna have like an elven race. I like dwarf. I do think we'll do some sort of dwarf, even if it's like some more specific version of dwarf. But I'm kind of leaning toward dryad. Definitely doing a dryad. And then I want to do the frog. And then some sort of Valkyrie race, which would be like humans with wings, right? So not much, nothing super crazy there. And that might be like an unlockable race or something too. Maybe you have to like do something to unlock that. I love unlockable races because it gives you a reason to like play the game through once and then try the game with a different class or whatever with that new race you unlocked, right? And also, I think when you see a cool like character in the game and you're like, whoa, how do you have wings? And you're like, oh, I'm a Valkyrie, or this character's Valkyrie or whatever. Then you're like, how do you unlock Valkyrie? Like, how do I play Valkyrie? And then like, yeah, that leads to social things. It leads to players getting excited about more content and like unlocking those things. Like, I think that kind of stuff's really cool. Frog would be lit. Yeah, that's the plan. I think we're gonna go with Toadkin. I'm not sure what we'll call him yet. That's kind of what I'm leaning toward right now. So yeah, we have a frog, we have a dryad, we have maybe a dwarf. That's 3, and then the Valkyrie would be 4. I'm also kind of leaning toward like a fawn. I really like fawns in games, but they also in most games have digitigrade legs, and we can't do that again. So maybe not. I think that's all we had for like race ideas written down. So I'm open to other ideas. I'm also kind of open just doing like an elf too. Like we just have like an elf race. We could just rename it instead of calling it elf or something. But yeah, I think the dryad will just kind of be like the same human shape. Maybe we'll like thin it out a little bit. I don't know. Maybe not. And it'll obviously just have a different like skin texture. Easy to do. Look into Auto Rig Pro. I have been using wait, hold on. Let me get caught up. I missed a bunch of stuff. You can turn off all the AI stuff in settings now? Oh. How do you do that? I didn't know you could do that. Honestly, I feel like I'm not going to see anything anymore though. The thing is with AI, like, I don't like AI image generation. I mean, I've used it and like, I don't know. My feelings have shifted lately. Recently, I've been very like way more against it than I have been in the past. My mind has been changed a little bit. I don't see refine your recommendations. Gen AI interests, got it. I see, so I can just turn all of this junk off. Yeah, I wonder if there's like anything left. You know, that's what's scary about it. Okay, let's try that. Yep, definitely cut a lot of cool stuff out, which sucks. But that's the thing, right? Is like I do feel like generative AI, like using it as like a reference or like to get like a mood board or whatever. I don't really see anything wrong with that. I think what I see wrong with it is like what I don't like is seeing a bunch of people like posting art and being like, oh yes, I'm an AI artist. Like I don't like that. I think that's really frustrating. Okay, so here's our Frog Warrior search this time with turning all the Gen AI stuff off. Honestly, all this is better. I still think some of this is AI. Like I think this is AI. Like look at this bird, it has 3 wings. So they just didn't flag that it was AI. So it's like, yeah. Then you have like the frog's skin like falling out of his boot here. Blech. Poor guy. I've literally modeled like this exact character before, like from this reference. This would be cool too. Like if we did more like short, stocky, and we can't do the digitigrade legs, unfortunately, so it has to be like regular legs. We could do like more short, stocky. It's super easy to like just go and like tweak the proportions of the character now that we have like him modeled. The head not so much. I'll have to like sculpt a new head on him. But this would be really cool if we went and maybe instead of a dwarf race, we did like the frog race, like the toad race, whatever, and it made more like tanky, short, stubby guy. But there's also, you know, it's also cool like more like this style like frog, you know, like I don't know, I guess a frog more than a toad. I don't think we should have 2 of them though. I think that'd be kind of silly to have 2 different like frog races. I mean, it could work for like lore reasons, but like might be kind of weird to be like we don't have humans but we have 2 different toads. So anyway, thank you for the tip on the AI thing. Again, like I do think sometimes having AI, like generated AI, generative AI stuff is like you can still like find a mood for something or like get inspiration or whatever, but like yeah, I don't know, I don't love supporting it. EverQuest has a frog character type that has a small plate down the middle of their heads and wrap around their ears. Oh, that's not a bad idea. I guess my concern is like if we put helmets on frogs and they have to obviously have a totally different like head shape than other races, because all of the races I think are just gonna have like regular humanoid heads, right? Then that means that all of the anytime I make a new helmet for the game, I have to make a version for the frog and a version for the other characters. And that's not like the worst thing ever. It's just an extra step, right? It just doubles the amount of work, which for one race, which is a lot. So I'd almost wonder if like doing like racial sorts of situations where we have like this race can't wear helmets, right? They're a frog. No one makes helmets for frogs. They don't wear them. Maybe it's just a cultural thing too. They just don't like them. Who knows? You can find all kinds of reasons for like frogs not having helmets. But maybe they get some other like racial benefit. Like maybe they have like natural armor or something like that, right? Because they're frogs. So they have like or maybe they have like poison resistance or something. Like they have something about them that makes them like naturally tougher, but the drawback is they don't get to wear a helmet at all. Right? Like some of that would be kind of cool. Moving on. Hearing about making rig makes me sick. 1000% worst part of game dev. Oh yeah, watch this. You guys want to see the rig we're making? We already exported it, right? I think so. I click. Where is it? I'm blind. Hang on. Is it? No. What am I doing? Why can I not find the button I need? Is it not in here anymore? Maybe I moved it off my bar? It's not pinned to my bar anymore. Wait for it. Okay. We open this app, which is free. And we go, not here. Go to here. And we go character meshes. Human male. Here's our character. This is how I rig pretty much all my characters now. Right there. Right there-ish. Oh, we need to... Symmetry, mirror, right to left. There we go. That one's good. That one's good. Down here more. I think our knee's a little lower than it should be, probably. Right there-ish. It's our ankle. A little more. I hate that. Okay, there we go. This is our elbow, which is up here. This is our wrist. There. Okay. Next, we have 3 fingers technically. I wish it... Yeah, that's fine. This is horrifying looking up here, but we technically have 3 fingers because we're doing the index and then the rest of the hand is stuck together. It's kind of the mitten hand, I guess. I'm doing that because like I can't see a situation in an MMO where you would need to animate all the fingers, you know? The only thing I can think is like if you wanted like some cool like spell casting things. Sorry, I'm trying to move my hands where you do this, you know, but I just don't think it's that important. I think we can get away with just having painted fingers like this. Okay, anyway, this is where we're probably gonna have run into some issues with this because it's probably not, I probably didn't model this in a very great way. I want it up here more, but it's definitely like kind of too deep in there. That's okay. This is meant to be the thumb. Why is it so deep in there? I guess we'll go here. This is not, I was trying to showcase this, and it's definitely not like doing a great job right now. This needs to be rotated the other way. I think this is the way I have the hand modeled, because I have the hand inward instead of out. I probably should probably fix that in the model. Let's try it and see what happens, and then we'll go from there. If it looks absolutely awful when we finish, then we'll probably re-rig it or reposition it. This one goes here. Dude, thank you. I missed that like 12 times in a row. Okay, now we mirror right to left. Looks mostly good. Calibrate. My wife does rigs and animations for me in her free time, so I'll avoid that part as long as I can. Nice. Yeah, it's not 100%, but it helps. I have to use AI for work. There are some amazing things in it, but or that have increased my productivity greatly. All right, so here's our rig. I would say the hands are probably not 100%. They might need some extra weight painting, or yeah, also the elbows kind of ended up kind of weird. I think we might need to fix that in the model. And then you can do different animations to make sure things are working correctly. Finger really like sticks out a lot, doesn't it? I just with the animation. I mean, it's not definitely not the best I've seen, but it's obviously not the worst either. I think with some proper textures, it'll look pretty good. Like, I'm not seeing like crazy collapsing or that of the geometry, so I think we're maybe right here on the arm. But like, I don't know. We're going for like, we're trying to like stick to like WoW standards, old school WoW standards. So I think we're in the ballpark anyway. We're close enough. We're probably close enough to like start working on this, and then we can like always reweight it and like touch up the model later. So just poses. But it's not bad. This is the part that's probably going to be really bad. Oops. Yeah, I think his... God, I don't know how to control the camera in here. His index finger looks way longer than it's supposed to be, and I don't know why that's happening. I don't think it was that much longer. Was it? Like, it's creepy long. Like, it's like Slenderman long. It doesn't look that much longer here. I mean, it doesn't look like this. It reminds me, you know, it reminds me of salad fingers. His right pec is kind of saggy. Depends on the pose, probably. Yeah, why is that happening, actually? I wonder if that's a rigging issue or if it's a model issue that I just missed. Looks like a rig issue. Would be kind of nice if we put like another edge, like a cut right here and up, so we could define it a little more. Because right now I do think there's a weird break right there. Should we try that? I think we're gonna do some tweaks. That might help with whatever that was. Or it might make it worse. Okay, let's try to fix this hand. This sucks because, like, if this is an issue, the way his hand's laid out, that's how it's set up on all the characters, and I'm gonna have to fix it for all of them now. That's why what I should have done is made one character, and then rigged it, made sure everything was good, and then duplicated and made all the changes from that one. So this actually should be facing a different direction, probably. Did I steal this from the base mesh? Is this why it's such a weird shape? Yeah. I mean, I modeled it, it's my own fault. So I think if we need to fix up our topology though if we do this. Like, I think this needs to be more like this. This. We have a triangle right here. Weird loop here. That actually works pretty well. Maybe that's actually fine. Kind of also don't want this bend in the fingers. And I think we're gonna try to like move this back up a little bit just because we're getting some weird, super long finger issues. I don't really know what's happening with that, but and how do we feel about moving this out a little more? upside down, sorry. I don't know. Okay, I think the hand looks a lot better, which sucks because it means that all these other hands are gonna be broken too, and I don't want to adjust them all manually, so I'm probably going to like cut this hand off and just snap it on the other ones, and then like fuse it back on there, which sucks. Vixis, for auto rigging, you base mesh hands model fingers need to be straight, not bent, for less than five finger hands. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. I also don't like this big fat polygon right here. But it's probably fine because I don't know if you've ever seen the classic World of Warcraft hands. They're so bad. But yes, having his hand like even slightly curved like that is probably going to be another problem. He probably needs his hands like out, like flat like this. Like this, sorry. I don't know. We're going to try it anyway. Okay, back to load character, choose file. Start again. First time here, what is this program? Oh, what's up? Rashiana, maybe? This program is called AccuRig 2.0, I guess. I don't know, I don't know if there's a newer version. This is Maya, and this is Unreal Engine 5. We're making an MMO. Me and a team of 3 people. Me and a team of 3 people, including me. Anyway, we're playing with rigging our character right now. Did I not hit symmetry this time? This should stop making that finger feel long. Yeah, I think so too. I did not see UE yet. Map looks cool. Please show more when you find a sec. Sure. Yeah, the map is... I'm not going to take credit for it. I wish I could. It is a free asset pack that I got a while back and I've never used. Like many other asset packs and many other developers who never use them. But Yeah, they have, this is like a sample map that they have. I plan on rebuilding this from scratch, and we're not going to use this. This is just like, we needed something to like prototype in, so I just threw this in. But they have, it's like floating islands. Sorry, the engine loves to just like lag when I'm streaming. Why do I always forget how to change the settings? There it is. This one, yes. Go to medium. There we go. When I'm streaming, it always likes to hang like that. Anyway, this is a whole like biome test sample world they give you, and I really like the red area here, so that's what we've been kind of testing everything in. But yeah, I'm probably going to use these assets for the time being, just because there's a lot of diversity and cool stuff you can do with them. The collisions on them are awful right now. Need to fix that. I don't remember how to like show collisions. I'm so used to UE5 or UE4, I mean. So their collisions are awful on these. I'm going to redo a bunch of them. Like when you start walking up these rocks and stuff, the collisions are like terrible. But anyway, oh, not that button. That button. This one. This one. Anyway, but yeah, I really like the art in this pack. So we're probably gonna, we might end up using this, and then I'll probably just add additional art to supplement, like add new stuff to it. But I really like the look of this, and it feels nice and like low poly and kind of like MMO-esque kind of, so I like it. And then the desert's really cool looking. It's got like this cool like sandstorm kind of effect going on. I don't even know what this is. It's like a bunch of particle effects. Yeah, it's an Niagara system, I guess. Looks really cool. Oh yeah, and there's like a bamboo forest too, which is neat. This one's really cool because these like cool rock formations, and these are all obviously like just all like shoved in here. So it'll be easy to use these pieces to like build our own world. But this is a cool starting position anyway. Starting point. Very cool. Pro architect by trade and aspiring environment artist here. Fun to see the process. Glad to meet you. Yeah, cool. Welcome in. This is my second like large open world game. The first one is not 100% finished yet, but it's kind of no longer like viable, and I'm also like very bored of it. So we're kind of moving on. Kind of. Okay, gotta remember how to use the camera in here. Still the thumb thinks it's in the wrong place. Yeah, I know why. So the hand, this is trying to aim like in the same direction as like the hand, so it wants the hand flat. But it's closer than it was. I don't think it's gonna be close enough. Oh, this is supposed to go up here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe now that I've positioned this one, it's like... Yeah, there we go. Okay, no, I think we're good. Okay, I think we might have saved this. These were a lot closer right off the bat this time, so hopefully... Okay, right to left. Calibrate. But yeah, very fast to rig. Honestly, like, and I think the results on this, like with the weight painting and everything, are actually really, really good compared to just like doing it solo too, or doing it manually, I mean. Okay, right off the bat, the fingers look better. Sort of. Yeah, I think they're better. It's not like wild this time. They're a little like wonky looking, that's for sure. I think it's definitely better. I don't know if it's great. Probably good enough because 90% of the time I think the player is going to have a closed fist, right? Fingers still looks extra long, and I don't know what's going on with that. It's probably fine. I think with the texture, it'll look a lot better. It's definitely not like the best model I've ever seen. But I think with the texture, it's gonna come full circle. Because like that's the thing is like, I was really questioning this one, right? Because when you look at it like this, you're like, oh my god, this thing is awful, right? But then the second you put the texture on, it's like very passable, right? It's like immediately like so much better. You're like, oh, okay, yeah, that's cool. It's a cool looking character. Then you take the texture back off, and it's like, what's going on? So now imagine this one that looks passable without a texture, and now imagine what it's going to look like with the texture. It's probably going to be so much better. Yeah, good for now, I think. I think it's good enough for now to like actually get a character in the game. So let's share. This used to be called download. Upload complete. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. That's not what I want. Okay. I don't know how to download it now. I guess. Interesting they're using lightsabers. Honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to like buying these animations on here, except that they're like, it's kind of sketchy to be spending money on individual animations unless it's something very specific you need. They're cool though. They're also all motion, root motion, which is difficult. Anyway, but yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in here. Pretty sure I can export this without any animations. You have to pay $1.50 for a T-pose. Like, how ridiculous is that? I don't know. I wish this was a little more like, what's Adobe's thing called? Whatever. Anyway, I think we can export this. FBX, Unreal, character only. If you do motion, yeah, should buy it. Original, no embed texture, export. We'll bring this into Unreal and see what it looks like. I guess I'll put it in meshes. Let's put it under characters. I'll make a new folder called custom. I guess, sure. Humanoid? Sure. human under humanoid. Did this like ask me to download it somewhere and I wasn't paying attention? Yeah, I did. Mixamo, that's the one, yeah. Yeah, like Mixamo has a lot of options for like in place, and like you can like change like the like power of the animation, and like it's got a thing called overdrive, and like the arm length and stuff like that. Like there's like a ton of stuff you can do in there. And I feel like if you're gonna pay, like, first of all, Mixamo is free, right? You can use all the animations for Mixamo for free. You don't have to pay for anything. I feel like if they're gonna compete with Mixamo, which is what they're like trying to do with the whole AccuRig thing, like there's tons of animations in here, and that's great. 886 combat animations, which is like, yeah, like there's so much stuff in here you can do, which is awesome. But the problem is like you're paying like $3, $4, $5 for some of them, right? And like if you're gonna pay that much money, they should have a little more customization options, you know? Hold on, I'm gonna say there's 800 combat animations. Why is it only showing this many? 886. This is, there's like 200 something here. This is definitely not 200, right? Like, where are the rest of them? It only shows so many at a time, I guess. Also, that was supposed to be armed combat. None of these are armed. I don't get it. Also, there's a lot of them are like combos too. I don't know. Anyway, I won't be paying for those animations, I'm pretty sure. Unless there's like something in there like really specific that we need. Then maybe. Okay, I'm importing. I don't think I need to change anything in here. Hope. How you deal with different equipment? Are you planning on cutting these base mesh into parts or have equipment on top of it? I don't think we're going to do equipment as physical like meshes. I think it's all going to be texture based. Like, so here's my plan. I think what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go in here and like duplicate this, and like, so let's say we want to add like some cuffs to our boots or something. I'm gonna do something like this. This is a bad example, but like something like this. Actually, this is a really good example. It's just I'm not like taking my time to do this the right way. Do we actually just merge these? Like that. Why are you not just grabbing the piece I want? Anyway, yeah, so let's just pretend that looked good, right? So we would go in here and I would just probably grab this. And then, like, you know, fix issues on it. I don't know why we have different materials. Oh, it's not. It's and then I would UV that. Yeah, so I would go in and like make all the different like anything that's like going to be silhouette changing, right? Like maybe like a belt, maybe some like gloves, like some like flaring like gloves or whatever. Maybe like a scarf or something around his like neck. Robes. Like if I wanted to like put robes on him, I'd make like a robe mesh, whatever. and all of that would be built into the base mesh. And then all of those things would be UV'd separately, so I can just swap out textures to make those parts transparent or non-transparent depending on the armor piece, right? This is how WoW does it. This is how Blizzard does it in World of Warcraft, or at least used to. I don't know if this is still how they do it. So all of the pieces will be already weighted in, and that way we can have anything that changes the silhouette will just be baked right into the mesh. So we'll just have like, and we might have like 3 or 4 different like variations of like the boots or whatever, like popping out, right? And then their naked mesh would just be like, you just hide all these extra pieces and it would just be like them in like some underwear or whatever. Yeah, and then we just layer the things on for equipment. So we would just add a new like layered texture on that just has like the boots texture, right? And that would like maybe like this part would be transparent on these boots, and they're just like some slippers or whatever, right? Like whatever. So yeah, that's how I'm planning on doing it. That way we just have like one texture for each piece of gears. We'll have like pants, chest, hands, and boots. The helmet will be a static mesh and shoulders will be a static mesh. And I think we'll do a cloak that's a skeletal mesh. Maybe we'll even do the cloak. The problem with the cloak is I don't want to weight it. I want the cloak to just be like free flowing. I think that'll just look better. So I think we'll probably do a cloak or cape or whatever. It's just like a mesh that's like skeletal. It's just like a skeletal mesh, and then we'll probably snap that on, and maybe I'll even attach it to the base mesh, and then I'll just add physics to it. I feel like a skeletal mesh makes the most sense for it, because a lot of the times, like, or maybe sometimes, like, players won't even have it equipped, right? Like the first 10 levels or so, players might not even have it equipped, so there's no reason to have that mesh existing and just hidden, right? Unless we turned it off, I guess we could just turn off physics on it and then just hide it with the texture. I don't know. Either way, I don't think it's that big of a deal. It'll have like one bone, which will just match probably like the player's like chest or like upper like spine bone, and then it'll just like wait with that. Maybe putting it on the character makes the most sense, because then it's gonna be weighted with the character skeleton. Yeah, I guess it has to be. I mean, it can be like we can have it can use the same skeleton as the player, but then we'll have all those extra bones sitting on it for no reason. I think we can merge them, but I don't know how that works. Anyway, whatever it is, that's what we're gonna do it. So we'll probably only have static meshes for the shoulders and head sockets, and then everything else will be built into the mesh. So that's the plan there. Because yeah, having like swappable like body parts, it sounds like a huge pain to do with multiple races and stuff. This way, ideally, I'll fix up the hands and everything, and then when I weight paint or UV everything, all their UVs will like match. I mean, who am I kidding? It's gonna be a huge pain to do that, but we're gonna do our best. It might take a couple days to like get through all the UVing, but ideally they all match, and then when I make like one set of armor, it should work for all of them just automatically, hopefully. That's why I'm skeptical about the frog's head or helmet, because I'm like, every time I make a helmet mesh, I have to then make an extra one for the frog, so it like doubles the work. Anyway, yeah, Rashiana, I'm probably saying your name so wrong. That's interesting. You're an architect. That's actually what I wanted to do most of my like adolescent life. Like I was like, as a kid, I was like, I want to be an architect, and like I always wanted to make video games, but I didn't know that was a thing you could do. I don't know why. I guess I just thought video games just like showed up, you know, it just appeared one day, and everyone just could go buy them. But when I realized like I could make video games, I was like, but I was supposed to be an architect. What am I doing? And then I was like, I can do both. I can make buildings and things like that in a video game, and I don't have to worry about, you know, weight bearing or or load bearing. I don't have to worry about like measurements. I can just kind of wing it, and if it looks good, it looks good. Like it was just like being an architect, but like way easier. And I got to make cool stuff too, like swords and, you know, armor and trees and stuff, which architects don't have to do. So it was like, I don't know. I think it was a better choice for me. Anyway, here's our character. Awesome. I'm excited. That's cool. I don't know why we have animations for this. This is stupid that we brought animations in. Especially since one's supposed to be T-pose, and they're definitely not T-pose. Can we quickly and easily build how to do this? I can't remember. We need to make an IK rig? No. How do we... There's a way to build... I wanna put an animation on it. I guess it doesn't really matter. I don't know why I'm wasting my time doing this. I have to re-import this anyway with all the silhouette changing things. I swear I had this set up though. Maybe not. Maybe it's under blueprints. Oh wait, maybe it's under animations. I built like what is it called? Like the retargeter thing you have to make. I don't know. I'm still pretty rusty with UE5. But we have animations on here, like the jump animation, for example, that is not built in. It didn't come with the pack. I had to retarget it. But I thought I did that. That you like built. I don't know how I did it. Whatever. There's so much to do and I'm like overwhelmed. I need to like pick one thing and just do it, I guess. I don't know. I think this is gonna look good though. There's definitely some weird shading like on their butt, but honestly I think with a texture it's gonna look fine. Oh, did we fix the sagging pec issue? By the way, how do I go back to like this? Yeah. Yes, I think we did. I don't know what was wrong with it. But yeah, it's much better now. Definitely some breaking in like the hands. Again, I think with the texture it'll look fine though. Yeah, there's definitely some weirdness going on there. That might just be a weird animation too though. I don't think we'll see intricate poses like that in the game anyway. But if you look at like the no, we don't need to save it. I wanted to get a picture of the hands, but the hands in Classic WoW are really, really bad. They do like full fingers though. Like they have 5 fingers. We'd probably get a much better result if we did 5 fingers, but yeah, the hands are really bad. And they like collapse all the time. Like whenever you're doing like certain animations, like you can see like the fingers like collapse because they don't have like joints. Like each piece of the hand is just one edge loop. Each joint of the hand, I mean. So when they like close their hand and stuff, they like totally collapse. Anyway. These actually might have been even older. I don't even know what this is. It's just a random Reddit post. I don't even know if this is like... These might have been older than classic. Yeah, I think some of these are characters that were older before classic even launched, but still. The hands are very similar. Okay. I think we need to make some more. I think we're back in Maya. I think we need to do more of this. There's a lot I need to like figure out for this though. Cause like, I don't know if we want. I don't know. So there's a lot to do. Pronounced Rake. Same story here. I'm figuring out a career transition slowly but slowly. Yeah. You're really working on a full-fleshed MMO? Yes. Yeah. I was gonna try to give like a caveat, but there's not really one. Like yeah, that's what we're doing. We are fully aware of how much work it is. And that's fine. We're okay with that. I think I want that bigger. But yeah, we're we've all been playing MMOs like our whole lives, and we've just decided that we want to build one, so we're doing it. When will it be done? Who knows? Will it ever be done? Who knows? Okay, we have one. Okay, so I think we'll just keep going this route. We'll just like duplicate it, like extrude the piece we want to extrude. Should we leave that as a plane, or should I add extra geometry inside? Uh-oh, we have extra edges here. I think we need to, we'll fix those in a second. Well, this is a slow way to make sure it gets done right. Should we just merge them? Should we just do this? Damn, I hate when it does that. We'll fix the shape in a minute. Or I mean the UVs, the normals. It's very, very low poly, huh? Yeah, there's definitely some weird broken edges here. We'll fix it though. Okay. And we need to merge all these because there's some weirdness. One set of gloves. Gonna be hearing the same question until you have half a game finished. Yeah, and that's fine. That's fine. No, I'm fine with that. I'm actually really excited about it because I feel like whenever people are making an MMO, like it just gets a lot more attention than like any other game. I don't know why. I think truly like everyone loves MMOs. I think like most players really love MMOs and they want more of them, but they like it's hard to trust that like a dev team's actually going to deliver on one. And I'm not asking anyone to trust us because I don't even know. Like we might not be able to deliver on this. Who knows? But we're gonna do our best. So, yep. I'm wondering if I actually need to merge these pieces. Like they don't need to be like welded. Like I don't think we need to like. But I do think I'm gonna have to merge them all and then we'll rig them. And I hope that the pieces don't like break. Hope that they just stay. I think they will. I think they'll be fine. If we have to like merge them, like merge the UVs, whatever, or merge the vertices, we'll do it. Just not so sure I want to do that. Every time. I actually wonder if we should be like merging like this edge too. I don't know. Probably fine. But yeah, the plan for this is sort of like we want to build a classic MMO. Also, this is not like modern like AAA MMO. Like we're very much like I love classic WoW and I've been playing a lot the last few months, and so a big part of it is like or a big motivation for me is sort of like I want to capture the essence of like classic WoW. But we want to add more like social features. So we're essentially sort of like building like I guess like a classic plus sort of, I guess is a good way to put it. Nope. Let's try that again. There we go. It's gonna start looking really weird because we're gonna start like having a bunch of looks like gloves, right? Yeah, we're gonna have a bunch of different layering like pieces, and it's gonna be like it's gonna get really weird looking before it looks normal. UVing this is gonna be a huge pain in the ass, and I'm sure it's gonna take me like a week to do like each character like this and like UVing everything, which is probably why we'll end up starting with like 2 races. But that's fine. We'll go from there. We got this. Stormwind music, Lurk. What's up, Bane Trapper? Gotta love the Stormwind music. As long as I get alpha access, it doesn't have to be completed. Yeah, right? Sounds amazing. All the best for this project. I would really be down for a new MMO. Haven't played one for years, but after playing only MMOs in my childhood. Yeah. Thanks, board game. Wizard, sorry. Yeah, I agree. I think, I don't know, original WoW, like WoW Classic, was made by 40 devs with super outdated hardware, with super heavy, like, hardware limitations, and I'm kind of at a point where it's like, or I think like technology is a point where like all that stuff would be much easier to make these days, you know, especially with like assets and animations and stuff that we're going to use. Like we're going to cut corners wherever it makes sense, to deliver a game that we are very proud of, right? Almost none of the animations in Swords and Magic are made by anyone on the dev team. They've been purchased, you know, which I have no problem with. So we are planning on buying a bunch of assets. We're definitely going to buy like a ton of icons and stuff, and then we'll replace them as we see fit. So you'll probably recognize icons from other games because I know the ones we're going to use have been used in other games. But like, who cares? We're making an MMO, and like to actually make that happen, we're going to have to cut corners. And I think people will get that. I hope. If not, whatever. WoW Classic was also built from scratch-ish. UE5 has all the tools that would cut down on a lot of that. Exactly. Thank you, Summon. Welcome in, by the way. Yeah, I agreed. There's only 3 of us, but I think like our framework is already like built, right? Like we're using the Redwood framework, which will save us months and months of work. There are a ton of plugins built in UE5 that would save a ton of time. Common conversation. I don't know what that is. Common. What is that? Gas, state trees. I don't know what MVVM is either, or Iris. We're using gas. We're fully integrating gas. All of our combat, things like that, are gas related. We're even using gas for like interaction stuff, I think, too. I can't remember now. I'm also setting that up. A dialogue system, yeah. So we don't need a dialogue system because we're very much leaning into the like World of Warcraft style. In fact, we already have that done, mostly done. I already have a whole setup for that. Blueprint systems, quest system. No, that's not in here. Hold on. Still getting used to the stuff. But I already have all this built, and like all the dialogue is so simple. Here's all our dialogue. This is like a regular like talk to an NPC, and this is the dialogue they're gonna get. No, there's no like dialogue options. There's no choices. Like players have no agency over dialogue, which is honestly so refreshing after Swords of Magic and having so much dialogue and so much like control over it, like so many like options. And then we have quest, which has like the objectives, quest title, etc., etc. All this is set up and like ready to go. Yeah, and then yeah, it's very much like all World of Warcraft styled. So super easy stuff, all built into a database, all stuck on data assets. So not a database, but like data assets for. We already have gas. We have. So yeah, we have a whole quest library which has one quest in it right now, and this is how we set it all up. Has like start dialogue, in progress dialogue, completion dialogue, conditions, things like that. Should be super easy to build. There was one issue that we were running into, which I think we fixed actually. Now that I think about it, I think we fixed it. Yes, a turn-in NPC. So I was like, shoot, what happens when you like start the quest from one NPC and have to turn it in somewhere else? And then I realized like, oh yeah, this is super easy to do. Like, we'll just put the same quest on both NPCs, and then like, if there's no turn-in NPC, like that just goes away once you accept the quest. Like, you don't have to worry about it. But yeah, we have the setup now too. Anyway, almost all that is like set up and ready to go. We mostly just have to plug into it and then build quests with this data, and we can hook it onto NPCs, and then it works. In fact, it's kind of already working right now. I can walk up to an NPC, I can select them with left click and right click on them to get the dialogue pop up, which is terrible. And there's a quest here. I can accept it, but nothing happens yet because it's not built in. They don't turn and look in yet, but we're gonna rebuild a lot of the behavior stuff in C++ anyway, so it's more performant. So this is all just prototyped right now. But the UI stuff is going to be like... I couldn't click in for some reason. Yeah, and you walk away too far and it should go away. I guess not. They stopped doing their thing, but the dialogue doesn't pop off the screen. Anyway, but yeah, that's all like prototyped out, ready to go. Same with like the health bar in the top corner. So there's still a lot more UI stuff to work on. I still need to work on like the party frames. I need to work on like a vendor or like shop menu, like inventory still needs to be built. We have an inventory system like that's already built that we're going to use from one of Maz's friends, which is like amazing. It like is super dynamic. So yeah, we have a lot of shortcuts already that is going to get this game up and running much faster than it would be like building this from scratch. Like I've seen a couple of people streaming like MMO development on Twitch, one in particular, and I feel like every single time I click on the stream, they're just working on like reading documentation and writing like back-end stuff. And even like I actually recently tuned into like one of their like pre-alpha like tests or whatever, and it's literally just like the Unreal like template, like the third person template, whatever, but networked. And it's just kind of like, to me, it's like they've been doing this for years, and it's like that's a lot of work when you could just use stuff that's already built, you know. What's your plan for networking? We're using Redwood as our backend framework. It's made by Encanta or Mike Cease, and he's working with us pretty closely. Like we're able to like pretty much ask him really specific questions, like to get things working or whatever, or ask for like game workflow type things. We're gonna use Steam as well for now. So we already have Steam authentication set up. I think fully working, I believe. I don't remember. Golfer's working on that. Maz is working on basically building all of our backend like movement stuff and like combat and stuff like that via like plugins. So they're incredibly modular, and we're just going to use blueprints to kind of like link them together. So everything's built in C++ via in plugins, which I hope is going to be easy to use in the future. I hope we're not shooting ourselves in the foot and like have to like redo things, but I think we'll be okay, because even if we did, we could just move them over into like components or something probably. Shouldn't be hard. Common conversation and MVVM would handle all that. MVVM ties your data to the UI and handles all the data bindings automatically. Really? So maybe I should look into it then. I mean, like, yeah, I've already built it. It's just data assets. The only thing I'm worried about is like we have to set up a struct for like player data, things like that we want saved like on the server or on the server, and I just have to go look at the documentation again for Redwood to see how exactly to set that up, and then we link it, and it should be pretty easy. MVVM is all data driven. Cool. What was Iris? Iris is the new networking partitioning. Yeah, I don't know. The new rep graph system, I have no idea what that is. I'll ask Maz about it, but I think between Maz and between Redwood and whatever else, I think we're good. I think we already have like, so I used the Redwood like there's an RPG template that you can just download for it, and I set that up within, it took me about a day to get like everything set up because I had to download the hi, you sneaking in here. Oh no, you sure? Oh, okay, thanks, love you, bye. I had a cutoff time, but Jana just told me I don't have one anymore, but I'm probably gonna leave soon anyway because I'm starving. It's lunchtime. Anyway, I was able to set that up. I had to set up a custom source build for the engine and everything, and do all the headache that comes with that. So once I had that set up and I had Redwood downloaded, installed, and set up, it took me about a day, and I'm sure, and I don't really know what I'm doing either. I was just following the documentation. but I had I mean, obviously no server deployment or anything yet, but I had a running like locally hosted game where I could log in with multiple characters within a day. So I'm pretty sure Redwood has all the replication stuff, all the networking stuff handled for us. And anything extra we need, yeah, I'm sure we'll be fine. I'm not worried about it. I was trying early on. I really wanted to like set up a system so we had a database of items, so we could change them on the fly if we needed to. Like we could like rebalance enemy stats and rebalance like weapon damage and things like that, like on the fly with the database via the server. And I really like the idea of that. But the more I thought about it, the more I talked to Mike about it, the more I realized like this is probably not worth the effort, and this is probably going to be a lot more work than it's worth, right? Like same thing, whatever, being redundant. Yeah, because like I think I would need to like a third-party software for it and a bunch of other stuff, and it's just kind of like it's not. I don't think it's worth it. So we're probably just gonna stick with like live patching, not live, just patching. Redwood looks pretty good. Yeah, we're pretty smitten with it so far, and yeah, I think there's a party system built in, a guild system already, chat, basically all the core fundamental things that we would need, foundation, like all the foundation things for like a classic MMO are already built in, and that's mostly all we really want. I think the plan is it's gonna be a pretty stripped down MMO. It's just like we really want to go back to like the fundamentals of like what makes an MMO like an MMO, you know. I think part of it, and what might be a little bit problematic, is that I think MMOs were like, and don't quote me on this, I'm stealing this from someone else, but they were kind of like the original like social network, like the first like, you know, Facebook, you know what I mean? Like, so people logged into an MMO to chat with friends, right? And now we have Discord, and now we have whatever else, like Facebook Messenger or whatever you use, you know, and text messages, you know, and phone calls and stuff. So it's like, and Facebook, right? Like, etc. So we like, yeah. So now it's kind of difficult to like justify logging into an MMO to meet up with your friends. So we had to find other ways to like kind of engage that, right? Because it used to be like this was the way to like connect with people across the internet, was like to play WoW with them, right? And so many people like met their spouses that way, which is it all makes sense when you think about it, like as like, oh yeah, this was like the original, you know, social network. So yeah, like I like the idea that that's like we lean in on that still, but we really need to find ways to like make the game engaging beyond that, because like I think that's why WoW blew up and got so big and popular. But I don't think that like is why people still play Classic. Like I'm not logging into Classic WoW to meet up with friends. I'm logging in because I run into new people every day that I wouldn't have ever like contacted otherwise, and grouping up and like doing content with them, right? Like yesterday I logged in. I was planning on playing for like an hour last night, after I was finishing up the frog torso body thing, and I played for like probably 3 hours because some random person invited me to heal their group while they were doing some like elite quests in the area, and I needed like 2 of those 3 quests anyway, so I was like, sure, I'll do it. And that I also like made a healer just so I can heal people, so this is exactly why I want to play this game. So yeah, we spent like 2 hours or so like running around and like doing these 3 elite quests and like almost wiping like 3 times because I'm a little too low level to healing them, and we were pulling like 12 mobs at a time, and it was getting nuts. But it was so much fun, and like the combat was fun, right? Like I love like healing in Classic WoW, and things are kind of like slow paced, and like it's more of like a slow burn kind of MMO instead of like super fast paced like dodge rolling and jumping around and stuff. Like you're really like being like strategic, I guess, with your mana usage and stuff, like your resource usage, and I really love that. And then also like just chatting with these people, like, you know, and like resurrecting them when they all die, and like utilizing my kit and stuff is super fun. And then like, yeah, like, and knowing like how to play, like I played WoW a lot as a kid, and I played a lot of priests, and I never realized this, but warriors, at least maybe not in Burning Crusade, but I'm pretty sure, and I played a lot more in Burning Crusade than I did in Classic. But yeah, like warriors have to build rage by taking damage, right? And so I never knew this as a kid playing priest, but you can't like bubble warriors because then they can't take damage and they can't build rage. They like lose their rage when you bubble them. So like I bubbled someone the other day playing with them and they're like, oh, don't bubble warriors. And I don't know, there's just like this social, that's like, I know that seems so simple and stupid, but it's like learning from other players in the game is like part of the game. And if that didn't exist, if it was like a single player game, I would just go on bubbling my NPC allies forever and not realizing that was a bad thing, right? Unless I saw a thing online or something, you know, or read it somewhere. And so like, it's like little tiny things like that where it's like, this is what makes MMO like good, you know? And you don't get that from like other games. Like if sure, I could play like Enshrouded or something and get kind of a similar vibe, right? Where I can like be a healer for me and my 3 friends, but I'm probably not going to learn those sorts of things. Maybe I would, I don't know. But it's just not the same thing as like running into like random strangers and like feeling like you're living in like a shared world with these people, you know? I don't know. I always saw MMOs as a way to get away from real life problems. Yes, that's also true. But which is weird though, because like I feel like I'm rediscovering World of Warcraft now in my, you know, late 30s. I haven't really like I played a few times throughout the years, like every like 4 or 5 years I'd come back to it and try again, like mostly retail. And I'll like spam dungeons as a healer or whatever and go through all these dungeons and never say a word to any of the players, you know? Like I literally went through like from like level like 1 to 65, I think, as a healing shaman. And I don't think I said more than like a line, like one, like I don't think I typed more than like a single like sentence to anyone in the whole game to level 65. And that's just insane to me. I mean, it only took like, you know, a few days of playing for a few hours a day because it's like you level so fast. But that just, I don't know, I think like retail WoW is just excuse me, sorry, retail WoW is just kind of like lost that magic. Like you don't have the social aspect anymore because it's just so easy to group and so easy to like do things. And so now like if I want to do a Deadmines run, like I plan on like logging on later tonight and probably healing a Deadmines run because like it's good experience and it's fun and that's why I want to play the game, is to heal. But if I want to do that, I have to log in, I have to type into chat and say healer looking for Deadmines group, right? There is a group finder kind of thing, which I'm not super thrilled with, but it does just kind of like list you as available so people can find you and then whisper you. And the only way to invite them, you can't just like right click and invite. I mean, yes, you can technically, but you can just like whisper them and say, you still looking for a Deadmines group, whatever, right? Like things like that. Or can I join you? Think like, I don't know. There's still like that social aspect where you have to talk, you have to meet up. Everyone has to fly to the location. You have to wait for everyone to get there. Then you buff everyone up, you know. Mages hopefully will give you some water so you don't run out of water throughout the dungeon. Like there's just something about like the social aspect of meeting up and doing this thing and knowing you're like counting on each other, and it took you like 20 minutes to set up a group and get everyone involved, that like you're not just gonna immediately bail when something goes wrong or someone pisses you off. Like you're gonna stick with it, right? And I just feel like that it's sort of like a weird, I don't know, it just takes me back, I guess. And I know a lot of it is nostalgia, but I feel like there's just something there. And I just feel like there's not enough games that are doing that. And like, as much as I love classic WoW and I could just play this game forever, probably, I am starting to get to the point where it's like, oh yeah, I've done all this, you know, like I've done this so many times. Like I want like a fresh experience. And I know that Blizzard has kind of hinted at like a classic plus, and I know that's kind of a like on the radar for a lot of WoW players. But I just sort of feel like a classic plus is sort of going to be like, let's add some elements from retail into classic, and hopefully we don't break things, you know, or let's add a new raid and stuff. And like, that's all cool, but like, I don't think they're going to change the game enough to make me feel like it's a fresh new game and it's exciting to play again, as exciting to play as like a fresh game is. And so my goal is like, I just kind of want to create that. I want to like create like what I kind of wish classic like WoW Classic Plus was, right? I guess sort of. How do you guys find people to play games with you, especially in Shrouded? Yeah, that's a good question, right? And that's another reason why I'm liking WoW lately, is because I don't really have a lot of people to play games with me. You can post in like in our Discord and stuff, and there's like Discords and stuff you can find groups, but yeah, I mostly like invite my brother or, you know, my wife, and then we'll like invite her uncle who plays a lot of games. We had a Minecraft server running a few months ago, and we had like my little brother was playing, and then Janice's uncle, and we even had Abby on, and like one of her friends was gonna play with us, but she never did. So we had like a handful of people, but they're mostly like family and friends, like close friends. We invited Matt to play with us, but he just wasn't vibing, and he was playing Claire Obscure at the time, so it's like, yeah. Anyway, yeah, retail lost the social aspect of WoW. Classic is way more interactive between people. Yes, agreed. MMO, damn, you'll be working overtime for 5 years and more. Yeah, probably, Winter, but I've already been doing that for Swords of Magic. Yeah, so the thing is, the reason I decided that I want to tackle this now is because I'm 37. I've been dreaming about making this game, not necessarily this game. Like I've never really been super specific about what kind of MMO I want to make. I always knew I wanted to make one. But I've been dreaming about it since I was like 17, right? That was like my first idea for a game, was like, let's make an MMO where you can do everything. And obviously that's not going to happen. And I've learned a lot since then, obviously. And my tastes have changed a lot since then. But like, since I've been playing WoW, I've been wanting to make one, right? Want to make that. And so I'm 37 now. I'm not going to have a ton more time to do this, right? Swords of Magic is no longer like financially viable. But the thing is, like, Swords of Magic is essentially an MMO without dedicated servers. I mean, we have dedicated servers, but like, we're not like, you don't log in to play on our like officially hosted servers. You're making your own servers if you want, for the most part. And the game world is designed around 16 players. It's much smaller and like more compact, right? Like it's very dense in content. But like, if you break it down, everything we built in Swords of Magic is essentially everything you need to build an MMO, but more, almost, like, because we didn't build like super easily repeatable content. A lot of our quests are bespoke, like unique quest systems, or systems for that quest. And like, that's not how you'd build an MMO, because it's a lot of work. And we put so much work into that game already that I like looking at it. It's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure we can make an MMO almost easier than we made Swords of Magic. And Swords of Magic has been in development for 7 years now. 8 years now? 7 years now. And I'm at the point where it's like, I'm done working on this game. Like, I still want to wrap it up. There's still more things I want to do. We're still adding more stuff to it. But I want to like wrap it up and finish it. And I don't have a ton of time left on this planet to like be thinking about, okay, well, I'll make another game and then I'll make an MMO. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just kind of at the point where it's like, I just want to build this MMO now. That's what I've been wanting to do forever. And I feel like every game I made up to this point has been like a stepping stone to like learn more about how to make games before I can make an MMO. And obviously, like, the original goal was like, let's build a studio and we'll have like 30, 40 people working at it and we'll make millions of dollars, and then once we have a huge team, then I'll make an MMO. And it's like, well, at this point, I don't think that's going to happen, right? Like, that's not in the cards for me anymore, I think. And I'm very happy with where I'm at. Like, I'm very happy making, minimum wage working on Swords of Magic. Less than minimum wage at this point, way less. But like, Jana has a job now. We're mostly comfortable, like, financially, mostly. A little extra money would be nice to pay off some debt, but yeah. MMO in itself isn't rough, it's the networking. You have to handle hundreds, if not thousands, of players simultaneously. Yep, we're using the Redwood framework, which is an MMO framework made by a close friend of ours. So we're working closely with him. He's been working on this for several years. So he's already put all the effort and difficulty into building this. And now we just get to reap the benefits and pay him a percentage. He already has sharding built in, so once we hit like a certain like player cap in each zone, we can shift them to a different shard or layer. Like, all that stuff is already built in. He's already got like party system, guilds, all that stuff is already built in and like set up, and we just have to essentially like skin it to how we want it, right? So yeah, this is why building an MMO today seems a lot more reasonable than it was, in 2004 when WoW did it, or when Blizzard did it. That's why I feel like the small team of 3 that I'm working with is actually like, we can actually do this. It might not be a huge MMO and it might take us 5 years, but like, I'm okay with that, because like, Swords of Magic took 7 years and it's nowhere near the MMO that I would have wanted to build. And I feel like an MMO would have been just as easy to make if I had known how to do it back then. Obviously not the networking stuff, but now we have more tools available for that. So this is like the perfect time for me in my life to make the game that I've been wanting to make forever. So this is just me finally saying, you know what? I'm
I don't care anymore like what people think. I don't care what like if people are getting mad because I'm not working on Swords and Magic anymore, it's like that's too bad. I don't care. We've already delivered 10 times the amount of content in Swords and Magic than we were planning. Like we were planning on like 10 different zones, but each zone was supposed to be like, you know, an hour of content, 2 hours of content each. That was it. And now we have like hundreds of hours of content between 3 zones. So like we've already delivered way more in that game than I ever expected to. I just kept adding more and more stuff on it, which was my fault, and I shouldn't have done that. But the game is amazing at this point, I think, and like a lot of people really love it, and so it's like it's fine. I still plan on releasing Bone Reach, which is the final zone. Skill trees will be coming out before Christmas, I believe, with a little luck, hopefully. So there's still more stuff coming with Swords of Magic. It is going to be wrapped up. We're finishing it. I don't know when, but soon. Anyway, what kind of MMO? I'm very much leaning toward classic World of Warcraft, but I think everyone else on the team has other inspirations, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of like, it'll be kind of like a blend between, I'm sure we're going to see a little bit of like Ultima Online. I think that's Maz's like MMO of choice, or MMO of his childhood. His childhood MMO. Mine's definitely World of Warcraft or Guild Wars, so we're going to see a little bit of Guild Wars lineage in there probably. Like I think we're already talking about, instead of having an action bar of like 30 abilities, whatever, we're probably going to have like 30 or 40 abilities on each class period, and then you'll only have an action bar of like 8, 6, somewhere in there, like a much smaller one, so you'll be able to slot the abilities you want. And then the abilities will also be discoverable throughout the world by exploring and doing quests and things like that. So it won't be, I hit level 4 and now I unlocked Fireball. It'll be more like, I hit level 4, I can go find a trainer in the world. It might be like a generic trainer in like a town or something that'll just teach you a handful of abilities. Or it might be some monk on a mountaintop somewhere that teaches you some meditation ability or whatever that is like, whatever, who knows. So that's the idea, is like discoverable abilities that like change gameplay. We also think that's very much a horizontal progression feeling and less vertical. So the goal is more horizontal progression overall in the game, with still that vertical like power progression that you get from an MMO. The idea is like unlocking more sorts of features and abilities and things like that, so you can spread horizontally and like play more like styles, more ways, but also unlocking more things, so when you play a new character on the way through, like it's a different sort of vibe. Yeah, anyway, we have a lot of stuff. Oh yeah, Guild Wars 2 mentioned. Well, Guild Wars, yeah. So I like Guild Wars 2 also, and there's a few things from Guild Wars 2 I really like and I would like to implement. Like I really like the more like zone based, or like the open world like events, I guess, like escorting a character, like an NPC or whatever, and then all the other players kind of like, as you get through the zone or whatever, you're like gathering up their players to help you escort, and then the escort gets more difficult. Like I like that a lot. That's really cool. I also like the way they do quests in Guild Wars 2 is really neat, but I don't know if we're gonna go that direction. But there are some Guild Wars 2 things that I think we'd like to steal, I guess. But mostly I think Guild Wars 1 is what I played growing up. I did play Guild Wars 2 when it came out quite a bit. But yeah, Guild Wars 1 I think was my first MMO, and then I switched to WoW when my friends started playing it. But Guild Wars 1, the most interesting thing to me was, first of all, 20 was the level cap, which is weird. But like once you hit 20, you just did like PvP. That was like the end game, which at first I didn't like, and then I got into it and I was like, no, this is really cool. And I also really liked in Guild Wars how you only slotted like, I think it was like 4 abilities, I don't remember. So we're definitely leaning in on that aspect. But I really like that you could like change your like you could just change your whole playstyle by just like slotting different abilities. Like you might be like a healer, like I think Monk was the healer, but you could like totally be like an AoE healer, or like a chain heal. Like I remember I had a bunch of abilities that would like heal the whole team, and I would put like 2 of those on my bar, and then have like, I think there was a res or something, I don't remember, but you had to like really decide how you wanted to play, and your mana like refilled super fast, so you could like keep reusing your abilities. But it was sort of like you'd like burst, right? Like you'd burst your abilities, whatever, but you could have some abilities that would take like all of your mana, and some abilities that just took a little bit of mana, but it was like a trade-off. I don't know, the way that you had to like set up your character and like build your character for each like situation was really cool to me, and I really like that in MMOs. So I kind of like, I think we're leaning toward that a lot. Anyway, Guild Wars 2 has that as well. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 sort of has that, except that I don't. Well, yeah, I guess you slot out your utility abilities, but your like primary abilities are just based on the weapon you equip. We're not doing that. I don't want to do that. I think we might have some abilities that are like dependent on weapons. Like I like how rogues in like WoW, for example, can't backstab if you use swords. You have to have a dagger to backstab. Can't use maces, stuff like that. That's kind of cool. But anyway, do you have tools ready for creating quests, bosses, characters, abilities, etc.? Not yet, but we're working on it, and I'm very excited about that part. I love building like tools like that. Right now, I'm working on, today I've actually been working on setting up our character models for the different races we're going to have. Right now we have a frog character locked in, human, I guess, maybe a dwarf. I made like a dwarf shaped character. This is a character from this pack that we're using right here. Oh, I can select myself. That's interesting. Anyway, this is a pack, an asset pack we're using just as like a placeholder for now. So we've got some basic like NPC like tasks they can do where they just run around. These are all just prototypes. We're going to be redoing this in C++ probably to make it a little more performant. But anyway, I've been working on this today, and we're setting up silhouette changing armor pieces that we can essentially like vanish or show and hide whenever we want to swap gear out. That's what I'm working on today, is just setting that up. So we have like some cuffs for boots and gloves and stuff, and then yeah. Anyway, but yeah, once that's built, it should be pretty easy to make armor. It'll just be building it, like making a texture, and then like making certain parts of the texture transparent for different parts of armor. So I'm excited about that. Have you tried? Wait, hold on. I'm missing stuff. I like New World's weapon-based spells / skills. I have New World installed, but I have not played it in a long time, and I wasn't planning on playing it anytime soon because they're shutting it down. But I might play it just to like learn what I can from their systems and like see what works and what doesn't work. Maybe I'll play it next week or something. Before it's too late, right? Because eventually I won't be able to play it anymore. I'll have to just take people's word for it or watch videos. So maybe I will play it soon. Guild Wars 2 has that as well. Each class has its own abilities, and each weapon has different abilities for each class. Yeah, similar to that, yeah. Have I tried Fellowship? Yes, and I don't love it. Fellowship is sort of like, I love doing dungeons in WoW a lot, but Fellowship sort of takes all the best parts out of it for me. Like, the best part for me is like finding cool loot in dungeons, and also just like the action of like healing the dungeon in the first place, and like leveling up and then getting to next dungeons, which I guess all that is sort of in there. But like, I also feel like I'm playing someone else's character when I play Fellowship, right? Like I'm picking a pre-built character, pre-made character, and it's like, this is not my character. Like I didn't design this character. I didn't customize it. I didn't name it. Like I'm playing someone else's character, and it feels really weird to me that like everyone can play that same character, you know? Like I don't like that. That doesn't feel like MMO to me. Like I feel like if they just added like a character creation screen and just let you choose, you know, like honestly, I think they could have just done humans even, and then just let you pick a class. Like I don't know, I feel like that would have added so much more to the game that would have got a lot more people interested. But I predict that it won't last a year. I think they'll shut it down. I don't think it's gonna go very far. Maybe I'm wrong. I kind of hope I am, because it, like, I don't know, I like the idea of it. I didn't really like it. I also didn't like how the way the classes played. Only tried Guild Wars 2 when it was released. Yeah, I think it's come a long way. I've seen a lot of positive things about it recently, but my problem is it feels a little clunky to me. I've been playing WoW lately, and I've been kind of just dipping into different MMOs, but WoW is like my main one right now. But I did just play Guild Wars the other day. I played Guild Wars 2 for like, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours, and I was kind of enjoying it, but like the movement feels kind of clunky to me, and the combat feels a little clunky. Like I don't like that when I'm like in a quest area, I don't know exactly where the quest area is. So if I go too far, I like you know, phase out of it or whatever, and then I'm like, okay, well that wasn't the right area or whatever, and I have to just kind of guess which direction the quest is at. I don't know, that felt a little weird to me. And also, like, as I love the environment art, it's a beautiful game, but I also feel like it's a little blurry. Like everything feels a little like blown out. Like there's too much bloom, and like I don't know. It's, like I like WoW's environment like a lot better. I think it's just a little more crisp and like you know what everything is. Like you don't have to like I don't know. I think WoW is just more my style of game. I also I love the Holy Trinity, and I really like I'm a designated, like I'm picking this class because I want to support other players and be a healer, and I'm picking this class because I want to be a tank or whatever. Like I really like that. I like the more this is what I'm doing. And Guild Wars 2 is more like they've kind of like shifted away from the Holy Trinity, and you kind of just play however you want to play, and you have your own self heals and stuff, and I'm not a big fan of that. It feels like it's a single player game with other players running around to me. Like I played for like 3 or 4 hours and never talked to another NPC or another player. I mean, I never typed anything in chat. I don't think I even opened the chat box. So like that to me, if you can play for 3 hours in an MMO and not have to talk to another player, or like, I mean, I guess you don't have to do that in WoW either, but like at least there are a lot of times when you probably will, where other players will at least talk to you at least. I don't know. I feel like that's like the check for me, right? If I go like 3 hours in a game and no one, I haven't had any sort of communication with any other player, then that it fails the vibe check. That's not an MMO to me. I don't play with bloom. My only post processing is color grading. Yeah, so I didn't think about changing the settings. I didn't even consider it. I like to play most games on like the default settings unless like, you know, I need to change them for performance reasons or whatever, because like that's what the designers like want the game looking like. So, but yeah, I guess I could have turned it off. Let me catch up. Sorry. I tried to look up documentation for making an Unreal Engine tool. Yeah, not gonna touch 10 files to add a simple editor. Yeah, I think so here's the cool thing about Unreal. In Unreal, you can, if you like blueprints, you can build like, you can go in here and go, actually, what is under? It's under UI. I don't remember where it's at. I haven't done this in a long time, but it's easy to do once you get it set up. Oh, editor utilities. You can go in here and make an editor utility widget, for example. I don't know what I'm choosing though. I haven't done this in a long time. I haven't done this since UE4. So I don't really know. I guess we'll pick this one. I don't know. We call it like EU editor utility widget, I guess. Sure. Let's just say we're gonna make like a, I don't know, whatever. It doesn't matter. But you can open this up. It's just like building a widget, right? So we can put in like a text box or something. Editable text. Sorry, things are kind of different. Can we do like desired on this? Can we do a size box? Sorry, this is gonna be just a second to like get this working, I guess. Okay, we have this editor, this editable thing. Let's just call this like name, I guess. So let's say we're building like a tool so we can create items in the game, right? Let's say we want to, instead of like going in and making a data asset and just filling it out with data, we want to like do it in a visual way so we can like see the item. Maybe like, I don't know, like maybe there's a reason you want to do this. This is really useful for like NPC editing, right? Like we have one of these in Swords of Magic. I would open it up and show you, but it'd take like 15 minutes just to open the project and open the editor. So it's like not worth it. But anyway, let's just say we have like an NPC or something in here, and we're like filling out data to like change the NPC. We can choose like, there's a drop down for like armor pieces and stuff like that, and you do all that and you set it up, and then you just hit like save or whatever, and it saves that NPC as like an ID, and then you can like, or as data asset or whatever, and you can snap it on one of these guys and it automatically looks like that and changes, right? So what you do is you build this thing, and then you go in here and you do run editor utility widget. Here it is. Here's our little name box we put in here, so we could fill out a name. So this is going to be our like Grom is our test NPC name. that's all I have in here, right? But now let's say we had like all these other things, and you just build that with UI in here, right? So we can just wrap this with a vertical box. Then we could put in more things, like we could put in an image or whatever, and then you could like have a drop down that changes an image or something. I don't know, whatever. Like you can do all this stuff, right? You build it all in here in Blueprints, which takes like no time, and you link it up in Graph, so you can do things in here. And you would like add this like a data asset or whatever, or like save the content to a data asset or create a new data asset or whatever. I don't know how to do that exactly, but it's probably pretty easy, and I'm sure we could like look it up or just guess. Like probably just create asset data. There you go. And then you just put in, oh, I don't know, maybe this doesn't do what I thought it did. Probably not, but whatever. I feel like you can make one. I'm positive you can make one, because we're doing it in Swords of Magic. I just didn't build this in Swords of Magic, but you can do it. Anyway, like you just do a little Googling. I'm sure you can watch a tutorial on this, how to do it. But anyway, and then you can go in here and just right click it and run it. And then there's our new image we put in there, right? Which has nothing yet. But anyway, so that's how I would be building tools. It's all editor-based tools, but you can do a lot with it. Like we had tools, like I have tools that like select all the objects in the world, or like select our foliage, or like scale things, whatever. Like we can have tools for all kinds of stuff. I have a loot builder tool in Swords of Magic where you like it's like a sliding bar with a bunch of tips on it. So you like add loot to it. It's like there's like a drop down. I can pick from like different tables of loot. I can pick like apples, right? And it bops it in there, and then I can add in like a coin purse, whatever, and it puts it in like the same loot category, so they have the same like drop chance, whatever. I can add how many of them will drop, etc., etc. I can add all this loot, and then I can slide it up and down on this thing, like it has like a little bag. I should really just open it up. It's so good. We'll open it up while I'm talking about it. Anyway, you can build all kinds of cool like tools like that in Blueprint without touching C++ at all. That's cool. I didn't know that. I wanted to make an editor via C++. I'm a programmer, not a game designer, so I try not to touch more visual stuff like Blueprint. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. If you know C++, Blueprint is like, you know, it's like playing with like, you know, mega blocks, you know, it's like, it's nothing. It's really easy. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's built into Unreal just for that purpose. But yeah, building a whole like C++ editor, like an extra editor, would be probably a lot more work than you want to do most of the time, unless you're planning on like selling it, or if it's like a really like you're building something really specific to your game or something. Like for example, we have a dialogue plugin we use for Swords of Magic, which has like a whole graph system and everything where you can like drag around nodes, and like each node has like dialogue on it and conditions and events and everything that runs. That's all been built in C++, and it works really well, and I really love that system. So we've used it, and I've used it in several games. And I pay like $100 for it, I think, on the marketplace. That's something like that, like if you really need something like that, that's a good tool to build that kind of stuff. I know just that Unreal Engine's documentation is 98% Blueprint, which is a shame. I know C++. Yeah, I think, I don't know, yeah, I think you're right. There's a lot of, I think for the most part though, like the C++ aspect is really like a step removed. Like I don't think there's a ton of like editor related things that are C++. You know what I mean? Like, let me try to explain. If you're working in the editor, 90% of what you're gonna be doing is C++ or is Blueprint related anyway. Like Unreal Engine is 100% built to work with C++ and Blueprints. Like, oh, that's how they want you to build it. You build your base classes in C++, which is not really like, you're not really touching the editor, right? Like you're working in a code editor, right? An IDE. And then you like build that there, and then you like compile and reopen the engine, and then you have your base classes, and you can derive from that with Blueprints, right? With whatever you want. So like I think that's kind of like the ideal way to work, which is probably why Unreal's like documentation is mostly Blueprint related things, because they assume that the C++ stuff you've got handled, right? Like I don't think there's any like specific like C++ related things with Unreal Engine, other than like, I guess there's like workflow things that are important, but I've seen a lot of documentation with like C++ workflow stuff. I don't know. What threw me off when working in Unreal Engine was the way of work is so different from other engines. Designers actually touches code. Mind blown. Yeah, so you don't have to though, right? Like I've built a lot of things. We'll just use this for an example. Let's say I do build. This is not a good example. Hold on. Let's use this thing for example. Nope, this thing. This is our task node, right? So let's say let's say we're building with people who don't know anything about blueprints or like coding at all. Like they're like pretty new to that stuff, but they have a lot of experience with like world building, right? Or like not world building, level design, right? So I can open up this thing and say, you guys can use this node, but I don't want you messing with all these settings. So I can go into our defaults, and there's, oh man, now I forgot how to do it in UE5. There's a section in here. Maybe it's in settings. Yeah, there's a hide categories. So I can make a hide category and say, let's just call this hide, right? And then I go back into my variables, and let's say like this reserved. I don't want people messing with reserved ones, so we're gonna put that in our hide category. Oh, that's not how this works? Maybe I need to make one first. I haven't done this in a while, but I've done it. So I have a hide category, and now when I look, and this is exposed, right? But I shouldn't be able to see it anyway. If I click on this, I shouldn't see that reserved option. Because it's not in default anymore, so it should be in hide, but I don't think hide shows up. It doesn't. So I don't see that anywhere. So basically what you can do is, for your designers, like let's say I don't want people like rendering, right? There's a rendering section. I don't want them messing with this. They shouldn't be touching this, right? They're just designers who should be dragging this into the world and changing the few default things I have in here. That's it. I don't want them messing with HLOT. I don't want them messing with replication, right? So I would just go in to this thing. Oh God, what am I doing? Back to our categories. And I would just keep adding these, like, I don't want rendering. I don't want that touched. I don't want HLOT touched, right? And then I compile, and then all that stuff is missing now, right? So now I can do physics and networking. Like there's so many things I can just hide, and then that way like none of my designers have to touch code at all, right? Now my designers are only able to drag this thing in, and they can only change the things on here that I want them changing. That way I don't find out 6 months from now that they've gone in and like set all these to replicate or something like that, like, or like turned off like net load on client or whatever, and I because I didn't know what they're doing, right? So you can hide that kind of stuff. But yeah, you can pretty much build as like a tool designer or whatever, which is like my favorite part about blueprints and just making games in general, is like building tools to use. I don't know why I love that so much. But yeah, then like you can like make it, you can design them all in a way that like your editors or your designers can just like play, you know what I mean? Like they don't have to worry about any of this stuff. And then if they want a new feature, they can just request or whatever. But I like building my stuff like super like versatile too, diverse, so you can do all kinds of cool stuff with it. Anyway, that's that. Get rid of that category. I'm gonna open this anyway, because I do want to show it off. It shouldn't take too long to open. Anyway, sorry, let me get caught up. I missed some stuff. I think that Heritage MMOs were made for RP, that's why they were so special. Yeah, that's true. I think having a lot of roleplay aspects and like tools and stuff is also huge. Like there's so many rooms, like there's a building in Stormwind in Classic WoW that's completely empty, and there's a bank there in Retail WoW now, or in like more modern WoW. Even like Mist of Pandaria Classic has a bank there. So there's like a bank in what's it called? The like Dwarven district of Stormwind, whatever it is. There's a bank there in retail versions. In the old Classic WoW, I ran in there thinking it was a bank, thinking they had two banks in the city. They don't. When I got in there, it was just a big empty room with a bunch of chairs set up, and I was like, this was literally just built for a role play. Like this is just a role play building. Like this was literally built so players could have meetings. That like they like players are meeting up here, like they're having guild hall meetings or guild meetings and stuff like that in this room. All the all the players are sitting in these chairs, and then the guild leader is sitting up in the front of them and talking. Like that's exactly what this is built for, and I love that kind of stuff. And and it's just, I don't know, like there was no one there when I went there obviously, but I know that that's been used hundreds of times for that thing. In fact, I've even seen that building in like YouTube videos and stuff that I just didn't recognize. I didn't know where it was. So that kind of stuff is really cool. Like when you are building a world that's like, you know, is going to be lived in by players, and you're taking that kind of stuff into consideration, I feel like that adds so much depth to it that like most like MMOs don't have now, you know? Slowly over time, new MMOs got away from it. Yeah, agreed. To response, yes, in New World quests always give you higher rarity and stronger items than you could ever craft at a given level. So the whole crafting is useless while leveling, and there's literally no point gathering and crafting, which is literally the main part of the game. Yeah, that's I think it's tricky, right? Like I think balancing like crafting and like quest rewards, like quest content, is really tricky. Like part of me is like, I think all like crafting stuff should be more powerful than like quest rewards, because it's like you're spending a lot of extra time like building and like crafting that thing. But then if you think about it, like maybe not, because like if you're out there adventuring and you're like doing dungeons and stuff, like obviously that's a lot more work, and like it's a lot more like you have to level up, you have to get a team together, you have to have a healer, you have to have a tank, like you have to do all this stuff, and then you beat that boss and he drops some really epic thing and you're like, yes, finally I got this new cool upgrade. Like, and that would not feel very good if some player was just like able to like grind out some mats and like make something better than that, you know? So I think it kind of depends. Like balancing that is really difficult. I almost feel like how it should work is like crafting stuff should be like if there's like 3 tiers of loot. Like there's like tier 0, which is like stuff you buy from vendors, right? And then like tier 1 is like stuff you can get from like regular mobs, like basic greens, whatever. And then I think the crafting stuff should be better than that. Like you should be able to craft like 1.5 or maybe in tier 2 gear or whatever. And then tier 3 gear should be like dungeon loot, right? So you can't really beat the dungeon loot. But I also think at endgame, that's where crafting should level up. And this is probably how it works in most MMOs. And I just don't know because I don't play enough endgame in any MMO to know this. But I feel like at endgame, you should be able to like you've done all the dungeons, whatever, but I think this is where crafting takes off. And I think instead of getting like epic, like I actually think we should do this in this game. I think instead of like the end game dungeons dropping like the most epic loot or whatever, and now you have like best in slot gear now, you know, from this dungeon, and then you no longer have anything else to do. I think what it should do is just drop like rare resources. Like I think end game dungeons should drop rare resources that your crafters can then craft the best loot, like gear from. That does kind of mean that you could just buy your best in slot gear and you never have to do the dungeons, but you do because your crafters need the loot from those dungeons to craft those things, right? So you're doing those dungeons so the crafters in your guild can make you that gear. And honestly, like maybe, yeah, I don't know, never mind. Yeah, I don't know, I think that would be a good way to do it, because then like crafting has a big purpose, like, and it's mostly end game unfortunately at that point. But honestly, like even going through the game, even if your gear is better than what most mobs drop without doing dungeons, it's still useful, right? And also like if you're relying on all gear from dungeons, it means you're gonna have to run the same dungeon like a couple dozen times, right, to get all of the gear you need for your character. And by that point you're like probably ready to go to the next dungeon, which is fine, I guess. I don't know. There's a lot of balance here, right? That's the part that scares me the most about making an MMO. Like, and it probably should be, right? That's probably the best part. That's probably the most realistic thing to be worried about, is how the hell are we going to balance this in a way that doesn't feel broken, you know? In a way that doesn't feel like incredibly grindy and doesn't feel incredibly broken. And that's what scares me the most. Like, I don't know how the hell Blizzard did that. I'm assuming a ton of playtesters and a ton of testing. Like, I know I've seen a bunch of like screenshots recently because I've been looking at a lot of like classic WoW like art pipelines and stuff, trying to like learn more about how to do this, you know. And so I've seen a lot of like old like alpha screenshots from the game, and yeah, I'm sure they had hundreds of players in like testing all this stuff to make sure it all feels good. And with a team of 40, it's kind of honestly pretty impressive they were able to balance it as well as it is balanced. It's not perfect, there's a lot of issues with it, but anyway. That's awesome. What she'll use in the future. Thanks for showing. Yep. Wow, Wrath of the Lich King was prime. Also, there's an ad going on, so sorry if you're not hearing this. My bad. Wrath of the Lich King was primordial serenite to craft gear with, but best gear still drops from heroic raids, 25 man. Yeah. This PSK dropped from 25 man normal mode to make pre-best gear. Yeah. I think endgame is really hard to balance. And like I really want to do, I don't know, man. There's something really cool about finding like, you know, like Arthas's blade or whatever, you know, like I think there's something really cool about finding like those legendary items, whatever, in dungeons and like being super stoked that it dropped or whatever. But at the same time, it's like, what do you do with it? You know, like there's this weird balance where it's like, well, now I have the best sword in the game, like I'll never get a better sword than this, but also the content I did to get this sword is the hardest content in the game. So like, what do you even use that sword on now? You know, sorry if you missed that, Green Coat, because the ad just ended. What I was saying is I'm struggling to understand how to like balance or like build an end game for an MMO that doesn't have this like looping issue where you go into a dungeon with like the second best gear in the game, right? Your pre-bis. And then you defeat the boss and it drops your bis, right? Your best in slot gear. And now you have Arthas's sword or whatever, and it's the best sword in the game, but now what do you do with it? Other than play Outlands, play UO Outlands, other than like showing it off, right? Like, now look at this cool sword, everybody, I have it, but there's literally nothing to defeat with it, right? That you haven't already defeated with worse gear, right? Sorry. You stand in front of the bank and flex with it, yeah. I mean, like, I'm down for that. I think that's a great use for it. That'll definitely be a thing. Some monsters are weak to stab / crush or weak to demonic dragon weapons. Yeah, so what you're saying is you don't have a best in slot because you change your gear based on the content you're doing. But even that has an issue, right? Because why, if you had, because eventually there's going to be best in slot. Why not use the art stuff from Swords of Magic? I want to go something a little more serious and a little more, I don't know. There's been a lot of issues with Swords of Magic art, or the art in Swords of Magic, for a long time. First of all, when I first started Swords of Magic in 2017, I modeled a little blocky character because it was just super quick to model, right? And the idea was like, I just want to make something really simple and easy. I don't want to sculpt it. Like, I just want to like throw this thing together, rig it, and put it in the game and see if it works. And I also wanted to throw on, be able to like snap on like hats and helmets and armor and stuff really easy. So I made this cute little blocky character, and it was never meant to be the final character. I was just gonna remake it one day eventually, and then it stuck, and I never was able to change it because every time I tried to change it, people got upset because they liked it so much. Oh, hang on. Spam caller. Anyway, so I never, like, I tried to change it like 3 or 4 times, and everyone was just like, no, you have to keep it. So the biggest problem with it is, as soon as you put a hat on this character with a giant head, it blocks like 50% of your screen, right? You can't see anything. It also, the head goes over the top of the shoulders because it's so big, so I couldn't do shoulder armor. I wanted to do shoulder armor since day one, and I keep trying to like make it work, but I've just given up on it lately because it just looks stupid under your giant head, like it clips through and everything. So yeah, the big head is a big problem. I also want something a little more like classic looking. I want I want to go a little more like old school. I want to get like a more like OG like MMO vibe from it, you know, like, I don't know. So, and I don't think Swords of Magic art does that. So we could use some Swords of Magic art. I just don't think, I don't know, it's not the style I want to do. I want to do something completely fresh. I want to break away from Swords of Magic entirely. I even considered building it in the Swords of Magic universe, like, because there's already so much lore and like history, and there's a whole like there's just like a whole like world built up like with a lore and everything in there. And so I thought that would be a cool place to like build an MMO now, and then I can just change the art style a little bit to make it match. But I don't know. It's just not what I want to do. I want to do something new. So yeah, and it's not a bad idea though. It would save a lot of time. But yeah, I want to do new races. We already have some like, I've already got some basic characters made up. We have like a frog guy here who's not done yet. His head's like all broken and stuff, and it needs to. I'm gonna sculpt it and retopologize it. But got a dwarf kind of character. I think we're gonna do a dryad, and we're gonna do like a Valkyrie fallen angel kind of race thing. I think with wings. Yeah, but yeah. And this is the placeholder like art we've been using. So we're kind of going with, we're trying to find something like in between this art and like realistic, like semi-realistic, which is kind of what we landed on here. And this all looks kind of weird because it's got random things sticking off it, but that's like the naked model. And these are just armor silhouette pieces that will be toggled visible and invisible based on your armor pieces you have equipped. So anyway, yeah, that's the plan. I don't see the issue though with having the best gear at some point. You are the best at that point, most wanted player, as long as you know facts, or you know tactics, got it. And it gives room to build other characters. Yeah, I mean, I think there definitely has to come a point where you have the best of everything, right? Like you have to have the best of something. And I don't really like dislike that. Like I think that's fine. I guess I'm just concerned, like, it feels like there's got to be something at endgame that's hard enough to fight that like that, but it doesn't drop something better. You know what I mean? Like I feel like we just like, that's why I was saying like maybe it's a good idea to have like the hardest dungeons or the hardest content in the game only drop resources. So like fighting that thing doesn't feel useless once you have the best gear. I guess that even that doesn't like fix the problem. I don't know. I mean, like even if you do like end game content and the best weapon drops, it doesn't necessarily mean you don't have to do that content anymore. You can still go back and fight it again, but it's like, I think we just need to. There just needs to be some sort of incentive to keep fighting monsters, even if you have the best gear that they drop, right? World bosses are usually the fun thing to kill with 40 men. Yeah, 40 plus. Yeah. And I agree. I also don't think it's an issue to have like a boss drop like the best weapon. Like that's fine. I don't know. I guess I just see it as like, if crafting is only a means to get the best weapon in the game, but only a way to get you to that point, then like crafting feels kind of useless. And I really like the idea that like you can like spend a ton of time and like prestige into like, you know, specific crafting like things. Like I really like that about Retail WoW actually, even though I don't like the way they did it. It feels a little clunky to me. But I really do like that you can like specialize in your crafting. So like in War Within, well I guess it's the last few like expansions, I think Dragonflight did it too. But I like that you can like specialize into like swords or for armor or whatever, like helmets or whatever, like you're like 3 different pieces I think it is. I think that feels pretty good, and then you can make like the best, like really cool gear in that specialization, and then other crafters can pick other specializations and make the best gear there. So it's like that does feel very MMO to me, and it feels very like I'm the best at this thing, but now I've got to work with other people to like get the best in every slot, right? Like I think that feels pretty good. WoW has the achievement system that's tied into getting mounts, titles, and pets. That's one of the biggest incentives to keep playing. Yeah, which is cool. I think that is a neat system. I don't know if I love it. Like, I think part of me is not a fan of that because I don't know. I guess like I like the idea that players play the game because of reasons, of their own reasons. You know what I mean? Like I don't really like giving people a checklist and saying these are the things you're supposed to do, I guess. MMO is very hard to make on your own. Yep. I'm not making it on my own. We have a team of 3. We're using a networking framework that's already built for us. It's called Redwood. It's really good, and I'm good friends with the person who made it. He's been working on it for several years now, so it has a lot of work already put into it that we don't have to do now. You guys are right. I'm gonna have to answer the question like 300 times every stream. I've also built an entire online multiplayer RPG that basically has all the features and all the content that you would put into an MMO. There's like 300 or 400 hours of content in it already, and probably the last, I don't know, last like 2 years, I think I've been solo working on that. And the biggest team we had was like 5 people, I think, at one point. And that was only for like 6 months to a year, I think. I don't remember how long it was. I'm making a Dishonored immersive sim clone on my own. Unique feature is that you can choose any weapon to any of your 2 hands. That's cool. Yeah, our open world RPG has the exact same feature where you can equip in either hand any weapon you want. There are 2-handed weapons, obviously, but yeah, like you can put like you can wear a dagger and a shield, or 2 shields if you wanted to, in Swords of Magic. So yeah, that's a cool idea to do that for like a immersive sim. That's cool. Yeah, arguably I would say a Dishonored game, like making a Dishonored would be way harder than making an MMO, in my opinion. Like I think like the animations and like the quality of like art and stuff like that would be so much more work than building like a more low poly, like low res kind of MMO. So I think it just depends on your skill set, the team you have, if you have a team, etc. But yeah, no, that sounds cool. Definitely not hating on your project. That sounds great. I would love to play that. Let's make a long glove, like flare thing. Interesting that we keep running into this issue. I'll go a little more flared out. And I'm gonna do, well, actually I guess we gotta fix this afterward. Oh, and I probably should have added some depth to it. I think we'll do that right now. Oh, we need to do this. I think this one will just merge together. Let's lose some. Okay, and then we're gonna add edge loop here. Just pull it up a little bit, and that should work. It's pretty good, right? You could probably have a few more, like, you know, edges in there, but I think it's probably fine. Cool. Maybe it's a little long. That's fine. They might be a little bit problematic when they bend. And it'll bring it down a little bit. Like when the arms bend, I mean. let's get caught up. WoW also has the achievement system, in the event like Weekly Hollow, Love Week. There's a lot of things inside WoW to keep it semi-dynamic. Yes, yeah, that's true. All that kind of stuff does keep players coming back. Yeah, I'm not too worried about like finding stuff to keep players playing the game. I think it's I think we can find a lot of cool things like that. Like we have plans for like world events. We'll see how, like, which of those things actually make it, whatever. But yeah, I think we have a lot of plans for like world events. We have a lot of plans for. I really want to do. To me, like leveling up in MMO is like that's the game to me. Like, especially classic WoW, like that's the whole game. Once you get to end game, it's like cool. There's some cool things I want to knock out. You know, like I want to do a raid or two. There's some like end game dungeons I want to do and stuff. Like that's cool. But like honestly, I've never really like been a huge fan of like end game. I think to me it's like that's just like I'm just trying to get. I don't know. Like I'm trying to get to end game, yes, but like once I'm there, like my journey is complete. You know what I mean? I guess that's how I kind of feel about it. So I think personally, like I'm not super worried about building a really like robust end game. I'm more worried about how do we get players to get to end game, do like some hard content, and then start over, right? Like that's the big part for me. Let's get some work done. Yeah, I only have 4 weapons for a demo. Dishonored is also very low poly. They have 8k tries per NPC somewhat. No faces? What do you mean no faces? In Dishonored 2, they like really scoped topology out around 35 to 40k per NPC. Fingers are like 16 or 12 side cylinders. Too much, yeah. On the character, no faces. No, they'll have faces. They're gonna be painted on. I'm still trying to decide if we want to like swap out heads to have like different head shapes, or I'm kind of just leaning toward like just having a texture we just swap out. The reason I think we might want to swap out heads is we can change things like ear shape. I guess this could also just be like static meshes we snap on. I don't know. Obviously hair is going to be, actually, you know what? Long hair is built into the mesh. In fact, maybe all hair is built into the mesh in World of Warcraft because it needs to be weighted. So like if you have like a long beard or whatever, or like a long hair that goes over the top of your shoulder or something, like that's all weighted into the mesh, so you can like they can still turn their head and everything. So we'll be doing that. That's all going to be built in as well. Oh, which means not being like swapping out heads is probably going to be maybe not possible. I don't think we're going to do head swaps. I think we'll just swap face textures. That's how you'll change your face. I'm not that concerned. I honestly think like I want customization, but I don't think we need as much customization as like retail WoW has, right? I want to do more customization than classic WoW has, but not as much as retail. I think the customization should just be in like more accessories and different textures. Probably. I don't know. I'm a little nervous about painting faces. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's been a long time since I've done any sort of hand painted stuff at all, so I'm a little nervous about that, like turning out awful, but we'll see what happens. Okay, can we think of any other glove shapes we need to do? Can we just do like a cuff around the wrist? Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, like poly count is like I guess it's important, but like to me it'd be more about like the reason they can get away with such low poly is because they do a really good job of like baking textures and normals and stuff, and that's the part that I like. There's a lot of like texture work to be done on a Dishonored character. Not that this game won't have a lot of texture work to do either, but anyway. The cool thing is like once we've kind of like built these pieces on here, like then all we have to do is like texture different ones for different armors, and I don't have to like do any sort of topology or like polygonal work at all. I hope. They all need to be UV'd, which is probably going to be the most annoying part. Like I don't even know how we're going to handle the UVs. Like I really want to look up like, and I'm kind of tempted to like download like the WoW model viewer or whatever it's called, because I really want to see how they're handling like texturing these different like mesh pieces. You know? Horizontal progression. Yeah. So yeah, horizontal progression is it's a whole thing, right? Oops. I think for the most part, the biggest thing is just gonna be making sure there's different ways to play the game. This needs to move in more. Whoops, I don't know what happened there. Okay, I think our gloves are done. Shoulders gonna be separate mesh. We could do some belts maybe. I kind of want to do like a scarf. Blizzard does not have any sort of like scarf, but it'd be kind of cool to have like some sort of, maybe it's just part of like the chest armor, I guess. I think that'd be kind of cool. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to make. Actually, you know what? I feel like I made something of this already. Oh. Never mind. I guess, whatever. I think I might sculpt one. I think it'd be easier to like sculpt like the shape of like a scarf or like a big like neck like piece, you know, around this. And like a hood, it'd be cool to make like a hood built in like the you know, in the back. You know what I'm trying to say? It might be I guess it'd probably be in the way of like your weapons and stuff though. What do you guys think? Is that a waste of time? These are pieces that we would like could like show up on let's actually just do this edge, and then what if we turn off symmetry and grab this and we do extrude like this. Should we do a belt buckle, or is that too much geometry for no reason? I think this is actually probably too thick. Let's do it.
let's grab a cube. Move it up here. We're gonna delete. Oh wait, which does the belt buckle go? Guess this way. Other way. Go this way. Does it look like a belt buckle? You guys are supposed to like be like, oh my god, no, this doesn't look like anything. What are you doing? You're supposed to get all heated, and I can say, trust the process. Trying to keep it as low poly as possible so we don't end up with this crazy like non-uniform topology. Let's actually move this piece in. Definitely kind of wonky, but should we do one more cube? Not bad, right? Hey, Black Hole, thanks for following. Let's merge these. Let's give them a new material. I'm starting to think we should make this a little bigger. This is probably so overkill. I'm also kind of thinking that all of this should just... I don't know. Part of me wants to like just merge these in like this. Whoop, not that. What the heck? Oh, there's some weirdness going on here.
I'm a little worried that our base mesh has some weird, like, edge issues when we keep, because we're doing this. Flip that. Merge all these vertices. Now we can do that. What do we think? Yeah, maybe. That's what our belt's gonna look like. Should we make some more belts that have like pouches and stuff on them? We could have like pouches or like daggers hanging off them, stuff like that. That'd be kind of cool. He's slowly looking more and more dressed. We still need more boot variations. The cool thing is like once we have like 3 or 4 of each of these, that like the possibilities are like endless, right? We can do so many different variations. Like, let's take this one. Let's center our pivot on it. We can like grab our belt here and make like a much more thin version of it. Oh, and then we can even like, let's separate this. Let's duplicate it. Center our pivot. And we can even do like this thing. And get super like edgelordy and just like have belts on belts. Gotta have an outfit with extra belts, right? That's like a... Isn't that like a rule? Kinda wanna like... hang this one lower even. Maybe not. We want to use this to like cover up where the belts are overlapping. Let's actually, let's do this. Let's make this part of this top belt. This belt. Maybe sunk back in more. This one will pull out. Kind of tempted to have a second buckle, but I don't know if we need it. Really good. It's gonna be really fun when I have to go UV all this stuff. Like, I'm really looking forward to that. That's gonna be a blast. I'm thinking we need to grab our middle pieces though from these. Let's do this. Pull them down more. Just looking, it's really looking kind of bubbly. Yeah, it's better. Cool. We have 2 different belts. Oh, let's merge these. I wonder if we should do... We need to do a robe. We can do that next, I guess. Just texture everything like Incarn. How does Incarn texture things? Is it all just like a palette? Because I have a really solid palette that we could totally use, but I'm more tempted to just the color palette. Yeah, so that's how I do all of my fantasy assets. I'll show you. I use this, which is just a gradient from like a lighter color to darker color and a whole bunch of different gradations. And then I even have it set up in Unreal, so like this is emissive, like, and the higher you go on this bar, the more emissive it is, and the lower is like very base emissive. We have metallic, shiny, and dull metallic, and then shiny like plastic. And then this is like more of just washed out colors that should be a lot more washed out than they are, but whatever. And then these are all just like categorized like stone, wood, foliage, snow, water, extra stuff, whatever. And that gives you... Hang on. This result. What? Why does it do this? Why, like, why is this so hard to find? There we go. Thank you. This super like flat, like bubbly looking style. These are actually, this is a different material, this is a different material. This is like animated. It's like this cool like cloud, like cloudy kind of effect in there. And these are different material too. They're not actually, I actually think that a lot of this is made not from my palette now that I think about it. I think I used a different palette for these ones. Yeah, this is using the Pixpal palette, so it doesn't have the gradients. Do I have one with gradients on here? This one. This one has all my gradients on it. This one's made entirely from that palette. So you can see like the dark, like steel to like the gray, lighter colored ones. You can see all the gradients kind of through here. It's like really hard to tell. It's really subtle, but like it adds a lot. I mean, we could try it. My problem is like, we're not going to get a lot of variations, right? Oh, I have this open. I forgot this opened. Who was it that we were talking about this with? Are they still in here? Winter Coding, are you still in here? I probably opened this for no reason. If you're still in here, I'll show you the some of the tools we're using. They're gone. Well, if anyone else was around at the time and wanted to see what it was like, this is what I was talking about, the loop builder one. So you have like this bar is range, right? So you slide it to the top and it's the 100% drop rate. And I can just type in like 4 or something. And then here's like honey, yeah, whatever. This is anything with the word ore in it. So let's just say tin ore. So now you can get tin ore or gold. We can put like 3 to 10 on here. And now we have this right here that can have either of these. And then we can click off that and add like Edgar's journal. We make that like a 48% drop rate, which changes this one obviously because you can't have a 100% drop rate. Like this is like now a 52%. And we can click off and add like, let's add azurite ore. Make that like an 8%. Make a druidic core. We can also add like a poorly written note and also ancient honey ore. So all those have the same drop rate. We can change the numbers of them. Anyway, this is how we built this. And then we just copy to clipboard and we can paste it into our thing. That's cool. Huge waste of time opening that. Anyway, okay, so yeah, here's my problem with the palette, Moz. If we do that, one, it means that I have to separate these by polygon. So I'd have to go in and like separate this piece out right here, whatever, for like the neck. So you have like a collar on the shirt. And then I have to make another like loop here for like, if we wanted to do an actual collar on the shirt. If I wanted to do like part of this is like breastplate or whatever, and part is like shirt underneath, then I have to like go in and cut out that with polygons, right? Because they're all textured via polygon. Like, does that make sense? Oh, I had this partially UV. It looks like I have to redo it anyway. Yeah, like all of this has to be redone. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. It just causes some problems because it means that everything has to be like cut out like polygon wise. Otherwise, everything's going to be the same color. And like, we won't be able to do like chainmail versus like scale mail. We won't be able to like do stuff like that. It'll just be like, this is a simple color, which is what I was kind of, so originally, the original idea was like, let's not do the hand painted WoW thing because that's going to be a lot of work to paint all those textures. But I really like how we do is like this like layering technique, right? I think that is really clever and like it's going to save us a lot of effort. Or a lot of resources. But then like I actually thought that the Albion Online, let's find some Albion Online armor sets. This works like super well and it's really cool. Not that, damn it, I have to do this every single time. That's all concept anyway. We want to look at the actual art. This one. Visit, sure. I trust this site's shit. Okay. Yeah, it's Steam. Okay, well this is not a good example, but damn it, I can't even zoom in on it. Where's the one I sent? I found one in somewhere and then I sent it. Whatever, here we go. Okay, this is fine. Okay, so look at the difference in these. So these are each one of these sets of armor is definitely like I don't even think you can like mix and match this armor. I think you just wear this. Right? Like I don't think you can have like this hood and these shoulders and like these boots, right? Like I don't think you can do that. I think you just wear the whole set of armor in Albion. I don't remember though. But basically, like, yeah, this would be like textured like ours, right? This is how they're doing that, is with a palette for sure. But that means that you can like see where the polygons are like cut. Like they literally have like gone in and like modeled out and like split the polygons or split their mesh up so they can just have different like UV areas for that, right? Which is easy to do, but we get this vibe, which honestly, like, I love this vibe, don't get me wrong. Looks like Albion coded. Yes, this is Albion Online. That's a cool editor tool. Cool, glad you like it. Yeah. Hey, Kid Alex, welcome in. Thanks for the resub. Appreciate that. Anyway, I don't know. I do like this style a lot, and we could go this route. It means we have to like build all of our armor as like separate pieces. And they have to be like snapped on or weighted or something. I don't even know how you'd go about doing this. I just worry, like, how do you do, like, all this is like mage stuff, right? These are all like these are all casters, but how do you do this with like chainmail and stuff? You know what I mean? Like, I don't even see any. I guess they just don't. I guess they just kind of like cover things with tabards and cloth, and then yeah, I guess they just don't have that much detail. I mean, there's a lot of detail, don't get me wrong. It's just like they don't worry about. I don't know. This is just a totally different like route, which I don't hate, but if you're doing an armor system anyway, the art style looks relatively easy to execute. Probably skinned traditionally with at most shape correctives. Yeah, my concern is we want different races, and the different races are shaped differently. So I'm worried about I'd have to probably model this for each race. They're not shaped completely different. They're all humanoid, but they're just scaled differently, which might be fine. Could do some really cool shader work with that style. Are we sure we don't just want to paint the textures on? I feel like having like, if we UV them in a really smart way, then I can easily just go in and like paint a new texture like super easy. You model it once, then add shape keys to morph it to match each major race. Yeah. I honestly don't know which would be easier. And I don't know which result I want more, you know? Like, these look really cool. I don't know. Trying to find some cool armor from WoW Classic. This one's kind of... like, here's a pretty iconic set. Like, look at all the detail on this, right? And they're doing the exact same thing we were just doing. Like, the shoulders snapped on. This is all just painted right onto the body, right? And then they have the same thing we're doing with like the gloves. Like, this one part of the glove is like visible, and the other ones, like, they have a bunch of other pieces, like same with like the boots and stuff. Like all the other pieces they have on here or whatever are just transparent, because I just don't have so like all of our boot textures have like, here's like the section for like the boot piece, and here's like the flare out one version, and then there's like the cuff version, and then there's like the whatever this thing is. Like, we'll have like all these different things on one texture set, right? And then we'll just paint the ones we want and leave the rest transparent. And we just paint it all in there. Like, it'll be like, and we can just do the exact same outfit. Like, we can literally have the, so let's just take the boots for example, right? Let's say we want to make boots that don't have this flare on them, right? So we just don't paint that part, it's transparent. We just paint the rest of it. Now we have like these like skin type boots. And then we can have like other boots that have like maybe like a big toe guard or something on them. I don't know. Like, we can do all these different like variations, and then we just paint the ones we want, and that's what shows up. And we just slap those textures on top of each other. I just think this works so well. Gives us a very classic, like, old school vibe. We can paint the style however we want. Like, we don't have to be as like, you know, like edgelord as like WoW does it sometimes. Like, I feel like they've gotten better like recent years, but like some of their styles are kind of weird back in classic. But yeah, like we look at, I want to just like look at a whole bunch of armor like side by side so we can see like what's going on with these. This is a good example. So we look at all these armor sets, like they're all just painted on. Like this guy doesn't have any extra like pieces showing. Oh, it's the belt. The belt is like an extra piece. Well, maybe not actually. That might be painted on too. Yeah, and that's another thing is like maybe we don't even do the belt buckle. Maybe that also just needs to be painted on. I don't know. I do like having some more like silhouette changing pieces. It's just I wonder if like because it doesn't actually change the silhouette, it doesn't need to be painted on. But yeah, then you see like these big boots, like they have like a big whole thing on them, right? Versus these ones that just has like this tapered flare thing. I don't know. You can like full set of armor without even any silhouette breaking or changing at all, and it still looks good. Like I think these look good. And this has like, I don't know. I'm still going back and forth. The thing is, if we go this route, like, I don't know, it's weird because like they totally have like painted textures all back here. Like, these are all painted textures, and it still looks good. I always like that was my problem, was like I didn't want to go this route because it was all flat colors, and then the environment couldn't be textured. It'd be all flat colors too, but I guess not. I guess we could texture the environment too. I think hand painting will be extremely labor intensive. Shape keys, corrected morph targets. The Albion style is so easy to make because it's basic color masking. Yeah, well, and I already have a palette for it. I've been doing that for a long time. Did I close that page? Yeah, I did. Anyway, I don't know. Again, my problem is like, how do we use armor pieces though? Because I just don't think. I'm gonna ask GPT. Do you guys play Albion? Can you equip like different gloves and stuff? You can equip separate armor pieces for head, chest, and feet. Head, chest, and feet. You can't really mix and match gloves, boots, chest, etc. Okay. So basically, yeah, so what we're looking at is the feet. You have different boots on, a different helmet. So this is a helmet. This is a helmet. I'm guessing this whole thing is a helmet. And then your robe, your outfit. Those are very old Albion models too. Hold on. I don't know why I can't find. Okay. If I just look up Albion Online armor. Just show me the armor, dude. Oh wait, hold on. Go back. This explains everything. Cloth, leather, and plate armor. They have robe, cowl, and sandals. Jackets, hood, shoes, armors, helmets, and boots. So yeah, you can. There's only 3 slots. There's only 3 armor slots. I don't know if I like that. I feel like you need more customization than that. Don't you think? Don't you need like gloves, chest, pants, cloaks, boots, helmets, shoulders? Maybe we don't. What if we just did body, boots, hands, cloak, helmet? So it's all I'm really combining is chest and legs then, I guess. I don't know, man. I honestly, part of me thinks that modeling all these different pieces is going to be way more work than just like texture painting them. Because they're already modeled, then I just have to like I just open up Procreate and just start painting stuff. I mean, like if we want to like mask out metallic and stuff like that, that's going to be a lot more work. But I can easily just do like black and white or that, right? Like I can just literally make a new layer, mask it, and paint like white over all the places that we want metal. That's not that bad. It's a very old, yeah, accessories. I mean, you could do legs still. Yeah. I'm just thinking for like robes and stuff with like overhang the legs, so it might just be easier to just have like a body slot. I don't know. I just think if we want a ton of different armor, this would be a lot more work to model every single one individually. I mean, I guess we could just recolor pretty easy though, but like still, like I'd rather just, I don't know, I feel like recoloring with a texture gives us so much more like more freedom. Like yeah, I'm really concerned about like texture painting all this or unwrapping all this, right? Like I'm gonna have to unwrap every single piece of this glove and the hand on one sheet. It's like all the things are there, right? And then the body with like the whole torso is gonna be one sheet. And then I'll do the whole thing as like a sheet by itself for like a naked character, which that's fine, that's easy. And I do the pants, which is easy, and then the belts are easy. I don't know, I guess it's not that crazy. I guess my biggest concern is like once I do it for one character with like if we're gonna do a dwarf for example, then I have to do it all again for the dwarf and all the UVs have to match up perfectly. I guess we can just snap these on there, right? That's not that big of a deal. And we can adjust things and once they're all UV we can just like make small tweaks to the mesh or whatever to make them fit other characters and then it should be still UV'd. So we should be fine. Maybe this is easier than I think it is. I'm cool with either, just thought worth weighing the options. Yeah, I agreed. I know painting texture is a lot of work. It's not that bad, to be honest. Yeah, I'm thinking it's not as bad as we're making it out to be. Like, I think originally I was thinking all of this had to be UV'd on one thing. And I'm a little bit, like, I'm slightly concerned about, like, matching up, like, if we decide to do, like, gloves, like, boots that have, like, a big, like, flange thing like the WoW one did or whatever. Like, I'm a little, like, slightly concerned about matching that up with like the texture in the bottom of the shoe because we're like those are gonna be separate pieces. And I'm like rusty on like how the UVs work too. I don't know why. I'm like forgetting how we can set these up like this, but we can have different UV sets, right? Like we can have one that's just the naked body, right? And that'll be that like those UVs can be totally separate than like just the boots. So the boots can take up like the full space, right? And then we have like the cuffs or whatever. I think that works. I don't think like so if we UV the whole body, let's just say like for example we just did Hold on. Just say we did this, right? We like just hypothetically, let's say we like painted the whole body like this. Like that doesn't mean that the boots will have to only take up this much space, right? Like they don't have to be in the exact same place as this. Like we can make a new UV set that like takes up the whole thing, and then we just swap that UV set on the mesh in engine when you equip boots, right? Am I crazy to think that? Can you do that in Unreal? There is nothing for UV. Okay, that makes me worry a little bit. Is there not a way to do that? Are you gonna make a new race or just the defaults? No, we're making all new races. I think the plan right now is, I don't even know if we're gonna have a human, to be honest. I know we're doing like a dryad. I want to do a dryad for sure. I love dryads. That's like my favorite like fantasy race. So we're putting that in. I think golfer wants like some sort of fallen angel race. So I think we're gonna do like a god touched or like Valkyrie or something like that. It'll pretty much just be a human with wings, I think. Which might be kind of weird if it's like there's no humans, but there's humans with wings. I have to think about that one. Like, what are these things? I don't know. I'm kind of, yeah, that'll be weird. Whatever. Anyway, and then I think we're gonna have a frog person, like Toadkin or something like that. And that's it so far. It's just those three. We might have a dwarf. I like the idea of a dwarf too. I think dwarves are cool. And I'm also kind of just tempted to just do like an elf, just to have like more like vanilla flavor, I guess. So we do human, dwarf, elf. I also kind of want a goblin or an orc. I don't know. I kind of need to like write some lore, I guess, and like figure out what races make sense in this world that we're building. I'm also kind of a fan of just like making the races and then building lore around them. You know, what I don't want to do, like I definitely want to have like unique special races. Like I want to have like something different that makes us stand out. I don't want to just have, you know, the typical like, you know, orc, dwarf, you know, whatever races. Like, and I don't want to copy like WoW entirely. Welcome back, guys, after I answered all the questions that you guys asked. Moz, can you change like this, like the, how do we handle UV sets? I don't know how to do this. I need to make sure we can do this first before I start UVing on stuff. How do I even explain this? Okay, let's see what GPT Okay, so Moz, let me explain it to you. I have a feeling you know more about this than I do because I haven't done this in a long time. I've been stuck in like the the material slot world for several years now, so it's been a while since I've touched this stuff, and I've never actually done a game like this before. So let's just say we UV this guy, right? Here's his naked UVs, right? So we paint him all, he's naked with some underwear on, right? Cool, there's our base character, and now you need to put some armor on top, right? So let's say I want to paint some boots, like a boot texture. Do I have to keep the boots like in this UV space right here and then paint them? Obviously this would be UV'd correctly, not just like, not like a planar map on this, but if it's UV'd correctly, would I have to paint the boots in that section and then leave the rest of the texture space like empty and wasted? Or can we have different UV sets so I can like re-UV the boot to spread like, to use the whole UV space, and then have like the extra cuffs and stuff like that, whatever, could be transparent. And then can we swap those UV sets somehow? Or like, how do you do that? I feel like there's got to be a way to do that, right? So we can have like gloves, boots, chest, and legs all take different, like have different UV sets. Or would we just not paint would we just have different, I don't know. Do we just snap those different materials on? Like, would I just cut the characters like stuff here and just just grab all these and make like this like a different material? Like this is just a different material, so it has a different UV set, and then I just have to make the skin match up. That sounds like a pain in the ass, first of all. Doable, but a pain in the ass. So all like the naked armor or whatever would just be armor, but like just skin. Let's see, what does Unreal say? Or what does GPT say? You can technically use multiple UV sets on a single mesh in Unreal, but not in the way you're describing. You can't just swap UVs to change which part of the texture is used per armor piece. Each static or skeletal mesh can store multiple UV channels. Yep. Which I didn't know, but I did know that. These are all baked into the mesh at import time. You can't dynamically switch which UV set a material uses for the base color unless your material is designed for it. Doesn't make sense. In material, you can reference a specific UV channel using a texture coordinate node. And set its coordinate index. Okay. So we could, yeah, then that would work then. Yeah, okay. So we would build, so we'd have one set of UVs that's just the naked body. And that way it's like all paint, like I can like link the pieces together that are going to be scenes, so I can paint that all seamless. That'll be nice, great, easy. Then we have, in Unreal, we have a material. Yeah, then I can UV, like I can make multiple UV sets. Okay. So yes, all right, that would work then, I think. So we would just have a material that has like, I'm just gonna make one. Let's actually delete this, and then I'll make a material real quick. I don't want to forget to delete that. Okay, so let's make a material. So in Swords Magic, we're doing something similar where we have like the different texture slots we're laying over the top of each other. So we would use like a texture coordinate, or not a parameter. This one, and this would be like face skin or something. And then we would like add, I think you add another one, and this would have, so this says UVs 0. Okay, that's fine. And then this would have like UVs 1, and this would be like your chest, right? This would be like our chest, and we would just swap in like a texture there or whatever, or it would be like empty, right? You could just do like, I guess you'd just do like an empty texture, just like a full alpha texture or whatever, and this would go in here. Oh, I guess this wouldn't add, this would be alert, right? No, right? Yeah, you had to alert it, right? Because you need this alpha. crazy? Is this not how you do this? I don't know, man. Materials are like literally my weakest like part of Unreal Engine, 100%, hands down. But this would be just use like UV set 1 because it's the chest, and then 2 would be like legs, and 3 would be gloves, and 4 would be boots, and that's how you would handle it. Okay. I think that's fine. I think I like it. I think we do this. I like the idea of texture painting a bunch of armors. I'm a little concerned that like, yeah, it is going to be a lot of work painting a whole bunch of like armors and stuff. But like, I also think we could start with like, here's a base set. Like here's like our training set for warriors, and then here's a leather set, and here's a cloth set. Right, so there's like 3 base sets, and then we just make like, you know, here's like a level 10 set or whatever. Like we can just start with that. I'm already seeing the numbers like starting to add up here. But like, yeah, like once we build like a whole set, it's not that bad. And then we can just like recolor. Players are gonna be mixing and matching pieces anyway. I don't think it's gonna be that crazy. Like the chest is gonna be the worst. Chest and pants are gonna be obviously the worst part, right? That's gonna be the most detail and the most like that's paint. But like other things like gloves and stuff, like we can do so many like recolors and stuff. Like we can do like, we can literally like paint a glove, right? Boom, glove painted, and then we just like, now we'll just like paint this part of the glove for like the cuff, right? And then for the next one we'll paint the like this piece. So we have like the same glove that's worked. It works in like 2 different places, with 2 different like silhouette changing things, and then we just make them like a couple levels apart or whatever in gear. Whatever, we can figure that out, right? So now we have like the same glove that's like been worked like 2 different places, and we just added like, we can just like mix and match that, and then we can just go in and recolor both of those, and we have 4 gloves, right? Like I don't think that's that it's that crazy. I think we'll just be, yeah. And honestly, if we wanted to go really crazy with this, we could literally paint these with like in like black and white, and then like use like dyes, like a dye system. I don't know if I love that idea. That sounds like it might be even more work than it's worth, but yeah, essentially the different materials for the custom parts have different UV slots. Yes, I was playing an intense game of Battlefield. This music was so funny. Yeah, I'm guessing Battlefield. I don't know. Yeah, it shouldn't be bad. We just need to keep it consistent, and we will be chilling. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Do I like your animation? Yeah, it's solid. I like the feet sliding. It's not bad. It's a good start. Making progress. What are you using to animate? I highly, highly, highly suggest checking out Cascador. It's seriously good. It's really good. I plan on animating everything. I plan on doing all my animations in Cascador. Okay, cool. All right, we have a plan for this. I don't know. I'm really leaning toward the textured side of things. I think hand texturing is going to be the way to go. I'm also wondering how we can utilize 3D coat to do this. My only concern with 3D coat and painting in 3D is these like extra pieces, right? Because like, I guess we just start with like an empty, I don't know, like this is gonna be the problem is like if we start with like white, right, then like I can see where I'm painting, but also then I can't see, I don't know, maybe we start with, we do 3D coat and I go in with like affinity or something and just block out the portions that I want to paint for this piece, you know? It's like we'll go in, let's say gloves for example, and I'll like block out, okay, well I want the glove, this whole glove to be white, I only want this portion of the glove or whatever, and then I want to show this cuff. So I would just block all out my voice, sorry. I don't know what it's doing today. I would just block all that as white, throw it in, and then bring the model into 3D coat and put the material on it. I've never used 3D coat, so I'm assuming this is how it works. I don't know. And then I could just paint over the white, and it's good to go. And the rest of these pieces will just be invisible on that, like wasted space on that texture, which sucks, but it is what it is. I think that's the way to do it. Yeah, I think that's the way. I think that's how we're doing it, guys. 3D coat would be cool because I can paint directly on the model. Absolutely not necessary though. I think if we UV these in a really smart way, I can do this in Procreate no problem. And I really like painting in Procreate, so. And painting textures like that should be like this kind of stuff should be. It's pretty stupid simple in Procreate. And I'm not like, again, we're really not that concerned about things being like super high res and super like professional looking. Like this is very much an indie game, you know. All right, what's up, Cerelio X? I have no idea. Siri? Cerelli? I'm doing good, other than the fact that I can't read today. Guys, it's 2:30. I haven't had lunch yet. I'm starving. I think it might be time to bounce. We've been live for 4 hours. But I feel like we got a lot established as far as art style. We got a basic frog head looking thing going on here, which I'm really not happy with, but I'm probably going to go sculpt out a better one. But at least we have something working. Like we can kind of visualize what this character is going to look like now, or this race is going to look like, which is cool. Since we started this, I kept envisioning, I don't know why, I just kept envisioning like this toad like looking like race with a big sword on his back, and I was like so hyped about that like visual, and that was like a big inspiration to like starting like the characters, and I was like, we have to add that toad in, like it just has to be in. And I also love like these arms, so they're like super fat. I don't know what it is, I love that style. I was kind of tempted to do it for the humans too, but I think it looks a little weird on humans. It doesn't have the same vibe. Anyway, I think this is a huge upgrade from this guy, and I'm really excited to see textures on it. Also very nervous that I can't pull off the textures, especially like faces and stuff, because that's not my strong suit, but we're gonna do it the best we can. My bad, the music was from another tab. Thought it was yours. Oh. Yeah, we're just listening to WoW music pretty much every stream now. Anyway, cool. I'm excited about this. I think this method's the way to go. I think I'm gonna like UV this maybe this evening or tomorrow. I really got to get the Witch's Eve build out though. Tear down build out. I'm sure people are not too upset they get extra days of Witch's Eve, but eventually I got to take it down. Anyway, I'm probably gonna get this UV'd. I want to get it working in Unreal so we can like actually swap out the textures and see what it looks like. So I want to get like one whole set of like armor set up, and then if that's working, then fantastic. And we'll go from there. And I also like want to start painting them to see like what that's gonna feel like and see how long it's gonna take me, and if it's worth the effort or not. I think if we use a lot of mirroring techniques, like we're definitely gonna mirror left and right. I mean, like the belts and stuff like that won't be able to do that, but I think if we're gonna do like a lot of mirroring techniques and stuff, I think it'll be fine. Like we're definitely gonna mirror the body too, the skin and face and stuff. I'm not too concerned about it. Again, like the goal is like to meet the like classic WoW like standard. Like I want to like meet or exceed that level of quality. I don't think that's hard. So anyway, let's get out of here. What are we sitting at? How do we have 34 viewers, guys, on a Wednesday? Do I just need to start streaming on my off days every week? Let's go find someone to raid. Who should we raid? It's getting like so dark in here because it's all cloudy outside. Feels late. Game development. Let's go raid. Coding Fortnite in Minecraft. That sounds interesting. Let's go this guy. I think he's working in Unreal. Here we go. All right, guys. Lots of interest in MMO development. I guess so, right? I think it's just exciting to have a new project. Look at. We might be going a little too like head first into this, but I think it's gonna be fine. All right, starting the raid. Guys, I'll be back. Tomorrow's Thursday. I should be streaming tomorrow. I'm sure I will be. I don't think there's anything going on that would prevent me from doing that, but yeah, so expect to stream tomorrow. And I'll see you guys then. Have a good afternoon, an evening, or whatever time it is for you. Thanks for being here. Thanks again for the resubs as well. I think there's a couple of those, and any follows that I missed. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.